Order, please. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition who will present to the House the newly elected members for Sackville, Cobequid, Argyll, Barrington, Northside, Westmount, and Sydney River, Myra, Lewisburg.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present to you Mr. Steve Craig, the member for the electoral district of Sackville-Cobequid. He has taken the oath, signed the rolls, and has the right to claim his seat.
Let the honourable member take his seat.
Mr. Speaker, I present to you Mr. Colton LeBlanc, the member for the electoral district of Argyll Barrington. He has taken the oath, signed the rolls, and claims the right to take his seat.
Let the honourable member take his seat.
Mr. Speaker, I present to you Mr. Murray Ryan, the member for the electoral district of Northside Westmount. He has taken the oath, signed the rolls, and claims the right to take his seat.
Let the honourable member take his seat.
Mr. Speaker, I present to you Mr. Brian Comer, the member for the electoral district of Sydney River, Myra, Lewisburg. He has taken the oath, signed the rolls, and claims the right to take his seat.
Let the honourable member take his seat. Thank you. Congratulations. Very good. Congratulations to all those new members and welcome back, everybody. Now we'll proceed with the daily routine, beginning with presenting and reading of petitions, presenting reports of committees, tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. As Speaker of the Nova Scotia House of Assembly and pursuant to Section 163 of the Elections Act, I am pleased to table the annual report of the Chief Electoral Officer for 2018 and 19. The report is tabled. Statements by ministers. That's not a new member, is it? Government notices of motion. The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hereby give notice on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas on September 7th, Hurricane Dorian made landfall in Nova Scotia, threatening many with its high winds and leading to extensive damage to property and infrastructure, leaving many without electricity and other services, in some cases for days. And whereas despite the harsh conditions brought on by the storm, Nova Scotians were able to count on the dedicated service of our first responders, our emergency service agencies and volunteers who work tirelessly to mitigate the damage and provide help to those in need. And whereas this response came from across the province and beyond, from our own emergency service providers, EMO and government staff, to members of the Canadian Red Cross, the Salvation Army, Halifax Regional Police and RCMP, the Canadian Armed Forces and Nova Scotia Power, and of course, many other Nova Scotians who provided whatever help they could to their neighbours in the time of need. Therefore, be it resolved, the members of the House of Assembly join me in expressing our sincere gratitude and thanking all those who in the days prior, during and after the storm's end exhibited a professional and dedicated spirit of service, community and charity towards their fellow Nova Scotians. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waivers. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas this week is Gender Equality Week, a time to recognize that we all make progress toward, when we make progress toward gender equality, everyone benefits. And whereas women, girls, and gender diverse Nova Scotians don't always have the same access to economic opportunity and personal safety as men, and this needs to change. Whereas we ought to focus on gender equality, not just this week, but all the time, so we can strengthen communities for all Nova Scotians. Therefore, be it resolved, the members of this House of Assembly recognize that gender equality benefits everyone, and we all have a role to play in ensuring Nova Scotia is an inclusive and safe place to live for women, girls, men, boys, and people of all gender identities. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate. There has been a request for waivers. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia and Internal Services.
Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas September 23rd to 29th is Canada's Right to Know Week, which is a celebration of the importance of access to government information, transparency and accountability. And whereas Nova Scotia was the first province in Canada to enact a Freedom of Information Act in 1977, which was later replaced by the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. And whereas government has proactively made a broad range of data sets on the Open Data Portal available and has made information access and privacy training mandatory for all provincial employees. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House of Assembly join me in celebrating Right to Know Week and its importance to promoting public confidence. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waivers. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Lands and Forestry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas National Forest Week inspires Canadians to learn about our forest heritage and serves to raise awareness about this valuable and renewable resource, and whereas healthy forests are fundamental to our environment, economy, culture, history, and our future, and whereas the Spence Managed Forest was named Nova Scotia's top woodland owner for 2019 in recognition of exemplary forest and resource stewardship practices, and will welcome visitors to their woodland in Hants County on Saturday, September 28th. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of the Nova Scotia House of Assembly celebrate National Forest Week and recognize outstanding woodland stewards who encourage sustainable resource management and increase public awareness of the importance of private woodlands. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waivers. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary minded, nay. Motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of the Public Service Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the Victoria Road United Baptist Church in Dartmouth celebrated its 175th anniversary this year, And whereas the Victoria Road United Baptist Church, founded in 1844 by Reverend Richard Preston, is a member of the United Baptist Association and is one of Canada's historic places that welcomes all individuals who serve both God and their community. And whereas the early congregation of the church was comprised of the descendants of Black Loyalists, Jamaican Maroons, and Black refugees who settled in Nova Scotia in the late 1700s. Therefore, be it resolved that the members of this host assembly please join me in congratulating the Victoria Road United Baptist Church on their 175th anniversary and recognizing long-standing contributions of this church has made to our province. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary minded, nay. Motion is carried. The Honourable will now move on to introduction of bills. The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill, an act to reduce the use of plastic bags.
The Honourable Minister of the Environment begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Reduce the Use of Plastic Bags and Other Single-Use Products.
Bill number 151, entitled An Act to Reduce the Use of Plastic Bags and Other Single-Use Products.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The Honourable Member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce an act entitled An Act Respecting Clean Air.
The Honourable Member for Pictou West begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Clean Air.
Bill number 152, entitled An Act Respecting Clean Air.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to introduce an act entitled An Act Respecting Free Menstrual Products.
The Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Free Menstrual Products.
Bill number 153, entitled An Act Respecting Free Menstrual Products.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The Honourable Member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish the Office of the Healthcare Ombudsman.
The Honourable Member for Pictou West begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish the Office of the Healthcare Ombudsman.
Bill number 154, entitled An Act to Establish the Office of the Healthcare Ombudsman.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting the Viability of Cape Breton Regional Municipality.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting the Viability of the Cape Breton Regional Municipality.
Bill number 155, entitled An Act Respecting the Viability of Cape Breton Regional Municipality.
The Honourable Member, ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The Honourable Member for Sackville Beaverbank.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill called An Act to Amend Chapter 114 of the Revised Status of 1989, the Crown Lands Act, and Chapter 297 of the Revised Statutes of 1989, the Motor Vehicle Act.
The Honourable Member for Sackville Beaverbank begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 114 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Crown Lands Act, and Chapter 297 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Motor Vehicle Act.
Bill number 156, entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 114 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Crown Lands Act, and Chapter 297 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Motor Vehicle Act.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
I beg leave to introduce an act entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 31 of the Acts of 2004, the Police Act.
The Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 31 of the Acts of 2004, the Police Act.
Bill 157, an act to amend Chapter 31 of the Acts of 2004, the Police Act.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 31 of the Acts of 2001, the Fatality Investigations Act.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 31 of the Acts of 2001, the Fatality Investigations Act.
Bill number 158, entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 31 of the Acts of 2001, the Fatality Investigations Act.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. We'll now move on to notices of motion. Statements by members. The Honourable Member from Annapolis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to just remind all the members of this House, since the last time we sat, we had 4 by-elections. We lost 4 long-serving members of our House. I want to extend my thanks to all those who represented everyone in this House in these by-elections and all those who worked on their behalf. But I also want to extend my congratulations to the 4 members that we introduced earlier in the session: the member from Sydney River, Myra Lewisburg, the member from Argyle Barrington, the member from Northside Westmount, Mr. Speaker, and the member from Sackville Cobequid. Each of you have been given the privilege that is bestowed upon the rest of us to represent your constituents. I watched you in your campaigns. I know that you were ready to have their voices heard in this place, and I look forward, as the Premier of the province, to continue to work with you to make sure that their representation is done in the fulsome of their spirit. Thank you all.
The Honourable Member for Pictou East.
Thank you. Thank you, Premier. Permission to make an introduction.
Permission granted.
Thank you. Seated in the West Scour, we have Mr. Dave Ritzy. Dave is the Director of Community and Business Development for the Community Credit Union for Cumberland Colchester. Mr. Speaker, you may recognize Dave. He's a long-standing involvement with minor hockey, junior hockey. He was coach of Screaming Eagles at one point, I think. Chairperson of the World Championships that were in Truro in 2017, very successful. He's a loving husband to Amber, father to 2 beautiful girls, Addison and Alexandra. His grandfather was a member of this House, Mr. Jerry Ritzy. He was a PC MLA for Colchester from 68 to 74, I think. And we're very optimistic that Dave himself might be the next MLA elected to this House. But thank you, Dave, for joining us. Please stand and receive the warm welcome of the House.
The Honourable Member for Halifax Chebucto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to add to the Premier's remarks the warm welcome on behalf of the NDP caucus to the new members of the House, the member from Argyle Barrington and Sackville Cobequid and Northside Westmount and Sydney River Myra Lewisburg. And I want to say that, that we share the sense, which has been very well expressed by the Premier, of the privilege that it is that has been extended to you of extending this service to the people who have elected you. And we wish you all the very best in carrying out that privilege.
The honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. After 44 years as a commissioned officer, Captain Percy Cuttrow of Yarmouth is retiring from uniform duty with the 299th Yarmouth Lions Air Cadets. Captain Cuttrow joined the reserves for 4 years while in high school, and during that time he spent 2 months at Alert, the North Pole, which he says was a highlight of his time in the reserves. He became a full lieutenant in the mid-1980s after graduating from several courses and much time volunteering with the 299th Air Cadet Squadron. From 93 to 96, he was the commanding officer and returned to that position in 2011 until late 2018. He was also chief of competition for the provincial marksmanship competition for 3 years. Captain Cuttrow has instructed hundreds of cadets over the last 4 decades and will continue to volunteer with the cadets as a coach for the shooting team. I would like to ask this House to join me in congratulating Captain Percy Cuttrow on his retirement from the cadets and in thanking him for over 4 decades of dedicated and valuable service to his community, province, and country.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Permission granted.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to draw everyone's attention to the West Gallery. We have Rhonda Vickers from Eastern Passage, my constituency assistant Lisa Rochon, and Dr. Lisa Bonang, and we'd like to wish her a happy birthday. And I'd like all members of the legislature to join me in welcoming them to the legislature. Stand up.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize September as Dignified Living Month in the Halifax Regional Municipality. A special flag raising at Grand Parade Square will bring much awareness to dignified living. Northwood Foundation fundraises for the Dignified Living Fund, which is there to purchase items and devices that range from Kobos for auditory books, chair lifts, and vision aids for those in need. All of these items are aimed at maintaining a person's independence and dignity. The annual fundraiser walk for dignified living is scheduled this year on September 28, 2019. I ask all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature to join me in acknowledging September as Dignified Living Month and all of the hard work Northwood puts in to make this possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Permission granted.
I'd like to draw the members' attention to the gallery opposite, where we're joined by Suzanne Lively, founder of Friendly Divas, an advocate for the recognition of period poverty and the various efforts being made in that regard. And so I'd like to extend her the warm welcome of the House.
The honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to take notice of an equality issue that has recently come to the forefront in Nova Scotia, namely the difficulty and expense of acquiring menstrual products. The many activists who have been advocating on this front have coined the term period poverty, and that term is telling. I recently read a book by a high-level staffer in the Obama administration in the United States who opened the book by saying that the single accomplishment she was most proud of was getting menstrual products placed in White House bathrooms. She was speaking as a privileged professional woman for whom the lack of these supplies in an emergency had been an ongoing irritation. For people living in poverty, Mr. Speaker, it's much worse and can mean the difference between full participation in community or not. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to see steps being taken in this House and elsewhere to address this issue, and along with the community, will continue to advocate for broad access to this necessary toiletry.
The honourable member for Clayton Park West on an introduction.
I beg leave to make an introduction. We have with us today in the East Gallery a staff member of the New Jersey Legislature, Andrew Ward, and his partner, Lawton. They are visiting and touring Nova Scotia, PEI, and I believe the Magdalen Island as well. That's correct. My colleague, the member from Cumberland North, and I had the pleasure of meeting Andrew at the Eastern Leadership Academy in August. Andrew works in the legislative services at the New Jersey Legislature's office, and one of his responsibilities was staffing the General Assembly's new Committee on Science, Innovation and Technology. The Eastern Leadership Academy was a really valuable time for both of us, and it was my first time to meet our American counterparts from state senators and state representatives, and it was a very good time for us. Please welcome them to Halifax. Thank you.
The honourable member for the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Bridgewater Barracuda swim team captured their 9th straight provincial championships in a riveting win this August at the O'Regan Subaru Outdoor Pool in Bridgewater. The Cudas defeated the unrelenting Bedford Beavers by a narrow margin of 23.5 points, the closest in the recorded history of the Nova Scotia Summer Swimming Provincial Championships. A total of 504 swimmers competed in the event. Cheryl Fougier, the president of the Barracudas, felt that the energy and intensity during the final relays was nail-biting and a memorable experience for all swimmers and their families. Jonas Talbot and Nicola White were named to the age 13-14 provincial all-star team, and Jonathan Hath, Nation Fougier, and Lucas Sangster were named to the 17-18 All-Stars, and Adam Culpert received the Renee Gallant McIntyre Memorial Assistant Coach of the Year Award. Congratulations to the 2019 Summer Swimming Provincial Champions, the Bridgewater Barracuda Swim Club, a spirited team with a focus on fun, sportsmanship, and fair play. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to bring awareness to the amazing work being done by Leslie Morin and the various community members involved in starting the Just Ask program. This program has been implemented into pharmacies and local businesses to offer women free feminine hygiene products. This program will give women a chance to save money on items that are not a luxury but a necessity, as the need for feminine hygiene products can often become a financial burden for many women. It offers young girls a safe space to ask for the products they need in a discreet manner. I commend Leslie for taking the initiative to start this program, and I look forward to seeing it grow in years to come. It is women like Leslie that empower young girls and give them self-confidence to achieve their goals. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Permission granted.
I draw the members' attention to the gallery opposite, where we have members of our labor leaders from the union world. President of the Federation of Labour, Danny Kavanagh, Tammy Gillis with the NSGEU, and the President of CUPE Nova Scotia, Nan McFadgen, who was there. I would ask that you rise and receive the warm welcome of the House.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, CBRM is critically important, one of 2 cities in Nova Scotia. CBRM makes crucial contributions to the economy and culture of Nova Scotia. It should not be allowed to drown. Some people have said that they think CBRM is not deserving of any additional support, and I wholeheartedly disagree. I believe that CBRM needs an injection of concentrated support, and Mr. Speaker, an immigration pilot, for example, could help hundreds of people discover everything that Cape Breton has to offer. Short-term fiscal relief and stimulus could help this wonderful place get back on track. Mr. Speaker, this province has a duty to support
Order,
the CBRM.
please. I'd like to remind the honourable member that member statements are not to be used for purposes of debating bills that are currently on the order paper. The honourable member for Bedford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take a moment to thank all of the people and organizations that came together to build a new cenotaph in Bedford. The project was the dream of Bedford resident Kent Nickerson. He got the ball rolling a few years ago. There were some structural issues with the old cenotaph and it needed to be replaced. In the end, multiple levels of government, the Bedford Lions, and of course the Legion were all involved. It was a team effort. Last Saturday, on a beautiful warm day, Kent's dream of a new cenotaph became reality, a new and improved reality. The cenotaph will now be lit at night. There is seating for folks who need it. There are new walls added just behind the cenotaph with "In Service to Canada" inscribed in English, French, and Mi'kmaq. The Afghan War has been added as well. And the lion on top faces the proper direction. Sadly, Kent Nickerson passed away before this project finished, but on the day we dedicated the new cenotaph, his family was there, and his widow Diane placed the first wreath on the cenotaph. Speaker after speaker acknowledged Kent's leadership on this project, and it felt like Kent was there. Thank you.
The honourable member for Victoria the Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on September 4th, Victoria County held its 4-H Days County Days in Bedeck. The event featured exhibits and displays along with life skill projects and competitions, as well as livestock projects. In all, recognition was given to individuals in 28 categories. and many of the 4-H members earned the opportunity to represent the county at the 4-H Nova Scotia Provincial Show in Truro, being held September 27th to 29th. It's also interesting to note that this will be the 42nd anniversary of the 4-H Nova Scotia Provincial Show. Mr. Speaker, I ask all members to join me in congratulating all members of the Victoria County 4-H Club and in wishing them well in the 4-H Nova Scotia Provincial Show in Truro. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Mr. Speaker, as an alumna of Dalhousie University, I want to recognize the work of an interdisciplinary scholarly panel chaired by historian Dr. Afua Cooper that produced the report on Lord Dalhousie's history on slavery and race. The Lord Dalhousie report was released on September 5th as Hurricane Dorian bore down on Nova Scotia, and that deprived it of the days of news coverage that it truly deserves. The report details how a significant part of the revenues of the colonial government in Nova Scotia and a significant part of the wealth accumulated by some private citizens were derived from the transatlantic slave trade, and how inequities and anti-Black racism that continues in this province to this day can be traced to our history. I hope many more Nova Scotians will read and reflect on the Lord Dalhousie report for its well-written, riveting history that bears directly on our present day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Colchester North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During the past summer, Food Network Canada joined Tourism Nova Scotia to showcase the province's fast-emerging culinary scene. One of their visits involved a taste of the true Canadian culture when the Food Network Canada host and crew visited Sugar Moon Farm near Earltown, Colchester North. The foods chosen by the TV station to use on their program were the maple mac and cheese, sourdough French toast, and their signature pancakes with local blueberries, made with local red flour and, of course, all served with their own maple syrup. Sugar Moon Farm already receives about 30,000 visitors a year, mainly from outside the province and Canada. They are hoping the national and international exposure will help increase that number and make people aware they are open year-round. Be sure to stop at Sugar Moon Farm if you're near Earltown, off the 311, and needing something to eat. You will be in for a treat.
The honourable member for Sydney River, Myra Lewisburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great honor for me to sit in this House. I cannot help but think of the great people who sat in this chamber before me. One man in particular comes to mind, a man of very few words from Gabroos Lake. A man who transcends partisan politics, a friend, a mentor, and a community leader. I would like to take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to formally recognize Alfie McLeod for his many years of dedicated service for the constituents of Sydney River, Myra Lewisburg, for his passionate voice, compassion, and dedication to his constituents. I would also like to acknowledge his rock, Shirley, for her continued support for Alfie. I ask all members of the House join me in wishing Alfie all the best as he pursues the next step of his political journey, representing those he has served so faithfully. Thank you.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I make a quick introduction?
Permission granted.
I'd like to draw the members' attention to the gallery opposite, where the new constituency assistant for Dartmouth North, Rebecca Rose, has joined us today. Rebecca was born in Cape Breton but raised in Dartmouth. She's a queer and trans activist and author. She's about to launch her first book in November, and today's her birthday. So welcome, Rebecca Rose.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for people who live with low incomes or limited incomes, everything is expensive, including getting your period. We've talked about period poverty before in this House, and we've echoed many calls from many activists who have been working in the community on this issue. And earlier this year, I asked the minister responsible for the Advisory Council on the Status of Women if she would include funding in the budget to provide free pads and tampons in universities, schools, government buildings, libraries, and all public buildings. And while I was pleased to hear that the Department of Education and Early Childhood Development is going to require all schools with grades 4 and up to provide free menstrual products, I was disappointed to know that there would be no new funding to purchase these products. This means that funds for absolutely necessary supplies will have to come out of already tight school budgets or out of the pockets of teachers. If we're going to get serious about ending period poverty in this House, we have to be willing to invest and provide free menstrual products in all public buildings in the province and require private businesses to provide products in all workplace washrooms. Thank you.
Just the previous member statement also is on the topic of a bill that the member had just introduced earlier on the order paper. So I'd just like to remind all members we're going to disallow that member statement, and member statements is not to be used as a tool for debate for bills that are on the order paper. So I want to remind everybody of that on our first day back. The honourable member for Yarmouth on an introduction.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If I could bring the members of the House attention to the East Gallery. I have a special introduction to make. My family's here with me today. My wonderful wife, Dr. Katie Churchill. My firstborn, Cecilia Louise Churchill, who's here with us. And the newest addition to our family, who was born the last session that we had, Eva Irene Churchill, and it is her first visit to the legislature. So if everyone could welcome my family, I greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kings West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand today to recognize the community and employees of the town of Berwick for opening Carroll's Place, a new recreation building in memory of Carroll Boylan Hartland. On June 29th, I was among a multitude of people who were present for the grand opening, which was wrapped up in Berwick's Celebrity Canada Day events. For those of you who may not be familiar with Carol, she was involved in just about every community engagement activity going and has left behind an incredible legacy. From working in the town's recreation department to volunteering to attending and organizing many annual community events, Carol touched the lives of many. This gesture is an incredible and very fitting way to honor Carol, whose impact on the community continues to be felt and will absolutely be everlasting. Mr. Speaker, I would ask the House to join me in saying thank you to the town of Berwick and the community at large for ensuring Carol's memory lives on and her legacy continues to be felt, for Carol's Place is indeed a very special place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just before we proceed to the next member statement, I have an administrative note just handed to me by the clerk. I've been advised that earlier the number for the first bill, as we started an introduction of bills, was recorded incorrectly. Bill number 151 had previously been assigned to the Appropriations Act 2019, and just an advisory that accordingly all bills numbers assigned today will increase by one number. So just make a mental note of that. The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is indeed a pleasure to be here among all members who are serving our citizens. Mr. Speaker, I rise in my place to recognize the Royal Canadian Legion, Calais Branch 162 in Lower Sackville, Nova Scotia, on the occasion of their 40th anniversary, which they celebrated on August 4th, 2019. Members of the Royal Canadian Legion Calais Branch 162 have invested many selfless hours of outstanding volunteer service over the past 40 years, serving our veterans and community, including the creation of the Sackville Heritage Cenotaph that increasingly draws hundreds of citizens for the commemoration on Remembrance Day and Battle of the Atlantic Sunday. I would like to congratulate the members of the Royal Canadian Legion, Royal Calais Branch 162 of Lower Sackville, Nova Scotia, on the occasion of their 40th anniversary, and thank them for all they have done in the past and for their continued service to our community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Mr. Speaker, Province House is one of the few public buildings downtown where you won't find a stack of Halifax's free weekly newspaper, The Coast. But I encourage all members, and especially those on the government side, to pick it up this week and read the Voice of the City column by Aaron Speidel. Mr. Speidel has already demonstrated his bravery in speaking publicly about his life on income assistance, including in the documentary My Week on Welfare. Now he's written about his housing predicament, that he can't afford to stay in his home of more than 12 years, an older apartment building in Fairview. That building changed hands recently and the rents are going up dramatically. And as is the case in many previously affordable rentals, Mr. Speidel is left to look for a new home in a market where we know that there is a very small vacancy rate. The government must take urgent action to immediately regulate short-term rentals that are removing stock from the housing market and to impose rent control. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hants East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today it's my honour to rise to speak about a truly extraordinary woman in our community. Pam McNeil is the owner of Cup of Soul, a gem in our community, serving up great food and kindness to locals and tourists alike in the heart of Elmsdale. More than a cafe owner, Pam also volunteers on countless boards and committees in the area. She's on the board of the East Hants Family Resource Centre, the East Hants Chamber of Commerce. She chairs the East Hants Chamber chapter of 100 Women Who Care and the Think Local First initiative, just to name a few. Pam also freely shares her cafe and contributes financially with the worthy causes in our community. She will rarely accept any awards or accolades for her contributions. She believes that this is what a community is all about, and she's just doing her part. I would like to ask all members of this House to join me in thanking Pam for her contributions and dedication to our community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize a unique group of professionals. Hospital staff are definitely some of the hardest working people taking care of our loved ones during very difficult times. The palliative care unit at the Aberdeen Hospital in New Glasgow is exceptional. The display of compassion, dedication, and professionalism provided by doctors, nurses, and support staff is overwhelming. They continue to make an enormous difference in the lives of families through their thoughtfulness, kindness, and expertise. Although they are often faced with a physical and emotional difficult job, they persevere, determined to make a difference under challenging circumstances. I would like all members of this legislature to join me and thank the palliative care staff for their most pleasant and caring attitude. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on July 13th, our NDP family welcomed to the world a beautiful, feisty, aptly named baby girl, Rory Christine Brown. Proud parents are Kendra Coombs, CBRM councillor, and Matt Brown, a teacher with the school board. In this world with so much sadness and tragedy, it is wonderful to stop and appreciate a new life, one of which I'm sure she will follow in her mother's feisty footsteps. And get ready, world, another strong, independent, wonderful young woman is coming for you.
The honourable member for Halifax Armdale.
Mr. Speaker, summer in Halifax would not be the same without the numerous festivals, including the 2 annual Lebanese festivals. In July, I was delighted to bring greetings on behalf of the province at the 18th annual San Antonios Lebanese Festival's opening ceremony. Over the 4-day festival, scores of Nova Scotians stopped by to experience the Lebanese culture, music, entertainment, and food. From live music and dubki dancing to a documentary screening and Zumba instruction, there was something for everyone. I'm also proud to see that the festival ran a charity dunk tank this year that ended up raising $2,500 for the IWK Foundation. I want to extend my thanks and congratulations to festival co-chairpersons and my constituents, Giselle Haj and Michael McDonald, as well as the entire festival committee and their volunteers. I know how much work goes into organizing the festival, and I'm pleased to see everything came together so well again this year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I'm sure we're all aware, Hurricane Dorian had a major impact on Nova Scotians, Dartmouth East included. There are several individuals who stepped up in aid of their community, going above and beyond to help their neighbours. One such individual is Constable Jeff Brown. In the days following Dorian, I joined Constable Brown on the doorstep, checking in on Dartmouth East residents. Constable Brown was calm and understanding while listening to people's concerns and was sure to arrange wellness checks on family members they couldn't get in touch with. Mr. Speaker, Constable Brown has worked extremely hard to ensure Dartmouth East residents feel safe and secure. I would like to thank him on behalf of our community for his efforts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to recognize the recent passing of Robert Frank, and on behalf of the legislature extend heartfelt condolences to his wife, June Leaf. He was iconic in every sense of the word, someone who challenged and did change the way of taking and presenting still and moving images. As an immigrant from Switzerland, he helped define the United States with 83 photographs in his seminal book, The Americans, published in 1958. He was described as revolutionary with an uncanny ability to capture the snapshot aesthetic and graphically portraying all walks of life as they are, including many pictures of those who may have struggled or experienced racism. His connection to Nova Scotia was centered in Mabou coal mines, with the ocean beside him every year since 1969, with the Inverness Oran appropriately describing Robert as the good man among us. Indeed, Robert Frank was one of the most influential photographers of the 20th century, and more than that, he was a friend of Nova Scotia, to my family, and to those who are lucky to have spent time with him. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Colchester Musqueam Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to take a moment to welcome everyone back to this session of the legislature, and certainly welcome the 4 new members to the Legislative Assembly. Many issues are certainly going to come before us in the upcoming weeks. We may even differ on a few, I'm not sure. But I am hopeful that we will come to this special place to tackle the issues in a manner that's respectful of each other and respectful of all Nova Scotians whom we serve. And may God bless us in the task that lies before us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, over the summer, my constituency office has been flooded with constituents who are being evicted or are on the verge of eviction. Many people, especially those earning minimum wage or receiving income assistance, can no longer afford to rent in Dartmouth North. And Dartmouth North has always been a place where people can find an affordable place to live, or mostly affordable. Some people are experiencing reno-evictions. Housing support workers are so busy that they cannot take on new clients and must prioritize their work to help homeless people first. People are living in unhealthy and unsafe conditions because there is nowhere else to go. People are sleeping outside, in their cars, or jostling for one of the 11 shelter beds available on the Dartmouth side of the harbour. I am truly fearful of what will happen when the weather turns cold. We have a full-blown affordable housing crisis in Dartmouth North and across the province, and it's going to get worse. The government must take immediate action to address this crisis.
The honourable member for Sydney Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in my place to congratulate again Chester Borden and all of the staff and volunteers with the Whitney Pier Boys and Girls Club. For the last number of years, they've had some major expansions which have allowed them to take on more children, to provide more activities in the community of Whitney Pier and beyond. In the last number of weeks, they just had a grand opening of their new sports facilities in the back, a new hockey rink and a new outdoor volleyball court for the kids. So this is on top of the hundreds of thousands of dollars that the organization has been able to raise through various levels of government and community leaders to support not only activities and programming for kids, but they're providing thousands of meals each year. So I rise in my place today and I ask everyone to congratulate Chester Borden for being such a champion, not only for Whitney Pier, but for our entire community. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sackville Beaverbank.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow, September the 27th, hundreds of Nova Scotia students will take to the streets of Halifax to participate in the youth-led general strike, march and rally in support of climate change. Mr. Speaker, students from across Nova Scotia will be joining their peers from across this world demonstrating the effects of climate change and the needs to address it. I'm sure there will be many students from the Halifax Regional Educational Centre, which has an in-service day tomorrow, as well as many post-secondary students who will be meeting at 11 a.m. at Victoria Park, marching down to Province House and then to City Hall, where they will be holding a climate change rally at Grand Parade at noon. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize the youth who will be participating in this event, and I'm sure members of this House will certainly hear them as they go by chanting, "Ho, ho, climate change has got to go." Thank you.
The honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Mr. Speaker, as we've discussed and are aware, access to menstruation products is extremely important. That said, I would like to thank the Speaker's office for leading the charge in having menstruation products available for members and in all washrooms here in our legislature. They are setting the example of how we can all move forward, and I thank you.
The honourable member for Kings North.
Mr. Speaker, Ed Coleman is a prolific writer, bagpiper, and beloved member of the Annapolis Valley community. He has published 3 books, with the latest being Gone Fishing. This is a collection of over 100 of his articles published in various Valley newspapers. The first 2 books were collections of his historical columns. Ed's columns on local history and nature have long been appreciated by Valley readers. Ed is a noted bagpiper and offers his services to many local events. He has piped in the official opening of the Kentville Relay for Life for many years. On behalf of the Valley community, I wish to express appreciation to Ed Coleman for his willingness to serve and for his contribution to the community's written history.
The honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Hubbard's Waterfront Park Association for holding the recent 37th World Tuna Flat Races. This event helps to preserve an important part of Nova Scotia's fishing and boat building history. Tuna flat boats are a classic wooden boat unique to the southeast corner of St. Margaret's Bay and were used in our fishing industry for over 100 years. The boats are no longer used commercially, but the volunteer rowers in the World Tuna Flat Races show off the surviving boats to enthusiastic audiences. To win the coveted title, participants must row these heavy boats for a quarter mile around Hubbard's Cove. Mr. Speaker, I invite the members of the House of Assembly to join me in congratulating the Hubbard's Waterfront Park Association for the successful 2019 World Tuna Flat Races.
The honourable member for Cape Breton-Richmond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 2019 marks the 200th anniversary of the Nova Scotia Legislative Assembly, and it's a symbol of our democratic history. 200 years ago, women were not permitted the privilege of membership in this House. They were not permitted to vote, and they were not even seen as a person. Today, we have 17 female members in this House, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very proud of that. And I've always stood in this House as an independent woman. Today, I stand in this House as an independent member. And I want to make certain that my constituents in Cape Breton-Richmond know that I will continue to represent their voice in this legislature in the way that I always have, and that I truly believe, Mr. Speaker, that every voice should be treated equally and heard equally and respected in this House, especially, Mr. Speaker, in this House of Assembly.
The honourable member for Inverness.
Congratulations to Midway Motors for over 90 years of successful business. Since 1926, the McDonald family has been helping people enjoy their experience of finding an automobile solution for their needs. In May of this year, they received the Jack Hardery Memorial Lifetime Achievement in Business Award by the Strait Area Chamber of Commerce. Starting in Middle River and later expanding to Port Hastings, the staff at Midway Motors has gone all the way for their customers and has built a loyal following for their Chrysler, Dodge, and Jeep brands. May we in this legislature acknowledge their success and contribution to our Nova Scotian economy.
The honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Mr. Speaker, September 7th, Hurricane Dorian made landfall in Sambro Head. Mr. Speaker, Dorian left a path of destruction, leaving people without power and water for days. Mr. Speaker, during this trying time, there were a lot of people and organizations who stepped up, including Nova Scotia Power employees, 311 employees, first responders, the military, local police, and more. But, Mr. Speaker, I would like to take a moment to recognize a Spryville business, Jesse's Pizza, who set up shop throughout our communities, providing free pizza and water to individuals and family in need. A huge shout out to the staff of Jesse's Pizza one of Spryfield's unsung heroes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order, please. Time allotted for member statements has expired. We'll now, just before we move on, the Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Rule 43.1, I am making a motion for an emergency debate, Mr. Speaker, on climate change. This is an issue, Mr. Speaker, that is important to all members of this House and indeed all Nova Scotians. We've seen this issue, Mr. Speaker, take the forefront in the global community. It is important for Nova Scotians to be recognized for the work they've already done, but also, Mr. Speaker, for all of us in this House to recognize there is way more work for us as a province to do. So I ask, Mr. Speaker, that the business of the House be set aside to deal with this urgent matter.
I have received more than 2 hours' notice required under Rule 43.2. Notice having been received yesterday at my office shortly after 5 p.m. Under Rule 43.4, I am required to decide whether the matter is proper to be discussed. I have considered the factors set out in Rule 43.4a. This is a matter of grave concern to Nova Scotians, which concerns the administrative responsibilities of the government and could come within the scope of ministerial action. The United Nations has stated, quote, climate change is the defining issue of our time, and we are at a defining moment. All members will be aware that the United Nations held its Climate Action Summit this past Monday, and that there is a worldwide demonstration taking place tomorrow, including here in Halifax. While there is a bill on the order paper restricted to the establishment of a fund for municipal assistance on climate change projects, the issue of the climate change crisis itself is not on the order paper for discussion, and I have no indication that it is likely to be debated within a reasonable period of time by other means. So I will read the motion and ask whether the member for Annapolis has leave of the House for the debate to take place. The motion is that the business of the House be set aside for the purpose of dealing with an issue of urgent public importance, and the subject of the issue has been described previously by the member for Annapolis as the issue of climate change. Does the House agree to give leave for the motion to be debated? Leave has been given. This debate will take place today at the time of adjournment as provided under Rule 43.11. Bear with me. I will also advise at this time that for the House that I did receive a request for an emergency debate from another member this morning at 9:58 a.m., which was subsequent to the request the House just dealt with. Rule 43.10b provides that the right to make a motion for debate on a matter of urgent public importance is subject to the restriction that, quote, not more than one such motion can be made at the same sitting, end quote. By sitting, the rule contemplates a day on which the House sits. Accordingly, I am not able to entertain another motion for an emergency debate today. We will now move on to question period, and I'll add 4 minutes to the end of question period. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2013, the Premier promised Nova Scotians that each and every one of us would have a family doctor. I think it's charitable to say that the government has fallen just a little short on that commitment, Mr. Speaker. Bill number 1, introduced almost 5 years ago to this day, created the Nova Scotia Health Authority. But from an interview with Janet Knox this summer, we learned that the Premier waited almost 2 years to give the Nova Scotia Health Authority responsibility for doctor recruitment. My question for the Premier: if doctors were the centerpiece promise and the Nova Scotia Health Authority was the first act of business for this government, why did it take so long to get the Nova Scotia Health Authority working on doctor recruitment?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to thank the Honourable Member for the question, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank Janet Knox for her tremendous service to people of Nova Scotia to help us transition into a single health authority. The Honourable Member is correct. As we transition from the 9 district health authorities and silos that were created across this province, took a period of time to unite all of the different organizations to ensure that we've streamlined the process, Mr. Speaker. As you would know, Before that would have been handed over to the Health Authority. There was work ongoing through the Department of Health that had been happening under successive governments, Mr. Speaker. When it became time that the Health Authority was ready to deal with the issue, we were transferred that responsibility to the District Health Authority.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the former district health authorities handled the recruitment. There was never an issue like there is now, and for the Premier to suggest to Nova Scotians that he had to wait for 2 years until he was ready to focus on doctor recruitment, that is part of the reason why we are where we are right now, Mr. Speaker. When the Premier ultimately gave responsibility to the Nova Scotia Health Authority, it came with all of one full-time equivalent, one person. And we still don't know exactly how many Nova Scotians are without a doctor. And this government had missed out on many recruiting opportunities, like last year's meeting in Newfoundland. We're starting the 7th year of this government, and the healthcare issue, the crisis, is the #1 issue on the minds of Nova Scotians. Can the Premier tell this House how many Nova Scotians are without a family doctor today, but more importantly, how many doctors are actually needed to close the gap?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, again, I want to thank the Honourable Member for the question. Mr. Speaker, he would know we continue to recruit physicians into our province. He would also know, Mr. Speaker, that Nova Scotia is #4 in the country when it comes to attaching citizens to primary caregiver. Mr. Speaker, that means there are only 3 Canadian provinces who do better than we are. He would also know the phenomena that has actually started, Mr. Speaker, when we have district health authorities across the province. We continue to work in a collaborative way to look at this province, Mr. Speaker, holistically. Tomorrow we'll have our second trip into the UK. That'll be great work by the Minister of Immigration. We've adapted a new immigration stream after working, Mr. Speaker, with the doctors, the 41 physicians that are either already practicing, Mr. Speaker, or are about to start practicing in this province. This stream will allow us to welcome more new Nova Scotians to come to continue to ensure that we provide primary care from one end of Nova Scotia to the other.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on his final supplementary.
Mr. Speaker, every time we ask these questions, we're promised a rosier tomorrow. Tomorrow will be better. And the reality is healthcare continues to get worse and worse. People are concerned about their ability to access healthcare. And despite the Premier's promises, the problem remains. Despite the creation of a giant health authority in Halifax, that health authority never made recruitment a priority for over 2 years. From the first day, the Premier has made promises on healthcare, but the problems continue to get worse. I wonder if the Premier would be willing today to restate his promise to find a doctor for every Nova Scotian.
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, since this session started and the Honourable Member had been chosen to be the leader of his party, he stood in this House and accused Mr. Speaker of us that there were 100,000 Nova Scotians without a family doctor. Then he stood, Mr. Speaker, the next session and described there was only 50,000, Mr. Speaker, without a family doctor. By his own math, Mr. Speaker, we're moving in the right direction, and quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, we are joining the leaders in the country when it comes, Mr. Speaker, to fighting for a global shortage of family physicians, and we are winning.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Premier about some areas of real struggle in the province. One of these is rental housing. 20% of renters in the province are paying out more than half of their income in the rent. And people are regularly reporting having to leave their homes because of sudden rent increases that are in the hundreds of dollars. And there is a solution to this problem: rent control. Other jurisdictions have adopted this solution, as we in Nova Scotia ourselves had it until it was done away by the Liberal Party in the 1990s. Will the Premier acknowledge, as his government comes towards its 6th year in office, that a lot of people are having a very hard time because of this government's tepid and inadequate approach to rental housing?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Member question for raising this very important issue. He's very right, Mr. Speaker. Housing can be a real challenge for many Nova Scotians, eating up much of their disposable income, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to trying to make sure they put a roof over their family. Mr. Speaker, it's why we brought in rent supplements, continue to work with people across our province to provide them with a safe home. We're very pleased with the housing announcement we made with the national government. Mr. Speaker, there were some announcements about improving our own infrastructure when it comes to our own housing across the province to ensure that we have more affordable units in communities from one end of Nova Scotia to the other, and then continuing to make sure that we're providing affordable housing, Mr. Speaker, as we continue to see this city grow.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, a second area where many people are really struggling is the area of getting access to mental health support. Wait times that are measured in months to see a mental health clinician are a scandal in our province. And this, too, is a problem that has solutions. In PEI, in Ontario, and Newfoundland, Labrador, and BC, they have developed systems of same-day, next-day counselling appointments for people needing mental health supports. But here in Nova Scotia, nothing of the sort has been brought forward. As we stand at almost the 6-year mark of his period in office, does the Premier realize how disappointing this lack of real improvement on this front is to so many people in our province?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I want to thank the Honourable for bringing this important issue to the floor of the legislature. He would know, Mr. Speaker, we've continued to invest in Schools Plus. We're providing more opportunities in schools across the province for early identification and detection of mental health issues. That's what our panel of experts have identified. He would know that we continue to expand Caper-based program, that was something started in Cape Breton that we're using across the province to provide supports for families and those suffering from mental illness, Mr. Speaker. We've increased the funding at Lang House to provide those supports. There's always more work for us to do, Mr. Speaker. We continue to reach out to the experts to get evidence-based solutions to the challenges facing our province to ensure that we can provide the entire supports, not only around those who are suffering mental health, but around those who love them.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party on his final supplementary.
As we speak about areas of struggle today in Nova Scotia, there's no greater area of struggle than the climate emergency. This, as the Speaker has rightly said, the defining challenge of the era. But here again, there is in our province a path in the direction of solutions. All over the world, scientists, NGOs, other jurisdictions are putting forward plans, are putting forward goals for emissions reduction targets that are actually consistent with containing global heating within 1.5 degrees. But here in Nova Scotia, at the almost 6-year mark in office, this government has failed to put forward any kind of transformative solutions towards such a framework. Does the Premier recognize, here on the eve of the climate strike, that the government's record on climate change is for so many people in our province an object of dismay?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member for the question. That will be part of our emergency debate tonight, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to hearing all members of the House comments on this very important issue. Very proud of the work that not only we've been doing as a government, but quite frankly, successive governments in the province have been doing to lead towards a national leader in GHG reduction. We continue to work towards ensuring that we reduce our carbon footprint. We will continue to make sure, Mr. Speaker, that we're leading the country. There will be targets set, Mr. Speaker, for us to achieve, and we'll exceed the limits or the targets set out by the federal government, Mr. Speaker, because Nova Scotians have been doing that work really since the mid-2000s, and we as a government look forward to continuing the effort that so many Nova Scotians have put in.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, in August, Nova Scotians learned of a tragic incident at Soldiers Memorial in Middleton. A patient was waiting at that hospital to be transferred to another hospital, Valley Regional, for a scan. He and his wife waited and waited and waited. He eventually lost consciousness due to a brain bleed and passed. That ambulance still didn't arrive, Mr. Speaker. This shouldn't be happening in this province. I'd like to ask the Premier, do situations like this cause his government to stop and realize that this is a system that's an absolute crisis?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable for the question. I represent, Mr. Speaker, that community, that hospital. It's one important part of providing care to my family, to the people that I represent. The incident that the Honourable Member refers to, Mr. Speaker, is under investigation, and we will ensure that information will be turned over to the family as soon as the investigation is complete.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the Premier's response on that specific incident. But the issue is there's too many incidents around the province. Too many people are concerned about their ability to access care. We've said time and time again in this House, if you are unwilling to recognize that there's a crisis, you will be unwilling to solve it. And this is a government that needs to take a hard look at service delivery. This is a government that needs to start listening to frontline healthcare workers. This is a government that needs to really acknowledge the issues that are happening in the system right now. And if these types of incidents aren't enough for the Premier to stop and listen to frontline healthcare workers, we have to wonder what will be enough.
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for his question. I want to thank all those frontline healthcare workers across the province. He would know, Mr. Speaker, we work with Nova Scotia Nurses Union to ensure we deal with violence that's happening in the workplace and emergency rooms across the province. I want to thank that organization for its tremendous help. We continue to work with healthcare providers who are providing primary care to ensure that we have the infrastructure of today. Mr. Speaker, we've been fought at every step of the way when we want to make investments to improve healthcare infrastructure in communities that will help us attract, retain more healthcare providers, provide the services that Nova Scotia wants as close to home as possible as we continue to build a modern healthcare facility, Mr. Speaker. And the reality of it is, though, Mr. Speaker, let me be very clear about this. I get stopped on many streets, Mr. Speaker. There are those who ask me about finding a doctor, but there are many, many more who tell me that their experience in the healthcare system in this province has been nothing but first rate and first class.
The Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Finance. After Hurricane Dorian made landfall in the province, many people lost food and had damage to their homes and businesses. For 3 weeks, a private company, the WM Fares Group, left a large crane, now a tourist attraction, that had collapsed onto a building under construction, endangering public safety, closing local businesses, and forcing people out of their homes. Due to this inaction, last week the government took over management and financing of the removal of that crane, which is still lying crumpled on South Park Street. Nova Scotians have questions about the financial impact of the government stepping in to help one large private company. Mr. Speaker, can the minister assure Nova Scotians exactly how she plans to recover the uncertain costs related to this government decision?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. I think it's important for all Nova Scotians to understand, and I believe all Nova Scotians, especially those impacted, appreciate the fact that the decision that this government made was to, first of all, provide protection for people and property, and as a result of that, the area has been out of bounds. It has been declared an emergency area. That's the first step. That's what people want. They want to know that their people, their property will be protected, and we took the first step to do that.
The Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, my question was how the government would recover the cost of that action, especially since, given the uncertainty, another concern that Nova Scotians have is about the perceived conflict of interest in this particular decision. Directors of the WM Fares Group are major donors to the Liberal Party, Mr. Speaker, contributing more than $10,000 over the 6 years this government has been in office, and I'll table those records. Mr. Speaker, did the minister or her government consult with the Conflict of Interest Commissioner before making the decision to assume all liability for the crane belonging to the WM Fares Group?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for the question. She would know, Mr. Speaker, the crane does not belong to MW Fares Group. Mr. Speaker, the crane is an independent firm. Mr. Speaker, the crane did not collapse on MW Fares facility. Mr. Speaker, it collapsed on an adjacent building. The reality of it is, Mr. Speaker, this is about public safety. And to impugn the reputation, Mr. Speaker, of someone who's contributed to many political parties in this province for political gain, Mr. Speaker, it's pretty early in this session to take that step. The reality of this is about securing that Nova Scotians will have a safe community to live in. We will remove that train, we will take crane, and we will take every step to recoup the loss to the people of Nova Scotia.
The Honourable Member for Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Health and Wellness. Nova Scotians are increasingly worried about getting an ambulance when they need one. We hear it every day. Nearly a year ago, the Department of Health and Wellness spent $145,000 on a report on recommendations to create, and I quote, an efficient, effective, and sustainable EMS system, and I will table that. That report, Mr. Speaker, was due December 2018. That deadline, however, has come and gone without any clarity on the status of the report. So my question to the minister, has he received the Fitch and Associates report on the EMS system?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the member for the question. Indeed, I appreciate
as she does, the concerns that Nova Scotians have with and also the confidence we have in the EHS system to be there for us when we dial 911. The member's correct. There's a report that's been worked on. That work is continuing. I had an update just a couple of weeks ago that indicated the report is essentially finished. They're going through last-minute data validation, verification in the report before it is submitted to me. Thank you.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Wow, 11 months. I do have confidence in our paramedics. I don't have confidence in this Liberal government. I have to wonder, though, why this government is so eager, Mr. Speaker, to pay for reports and recommendations, yet so unclear on the status of those reports and the conclusions made in those recommendations. This report simply could have a critical, Mr. Speaker, a critical impact on the emergency care for Nova Scotians. But they're more concerned, for whatever reason, why this government will not be forthcoming with the report's conclusions. And the minister has been quoted. And I would like to ask the minister, can he confirm if this report will ever be made public or only kept within his office? Or will Nova Scotians have a chance to see this report? Perhaps we will all have to file a Freedom of Information request in order to see it.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess first and foremost, to address the member's confidence in myself and the government, the Department of Health and Wellness, and our partners at EHS and the Health Authority. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, I've also been quoted and spoken publicly, Mr. Speaker, on the fact that I wasn't waiting for the Fitch report to take action, Mr. Speaker, to improve aspects of our healthcare system and the emergency system, Mr. Speaker. With the directive that I provided, Mr. Speaker, back in the spring, we've seen the Health Authority and EHS respond by taking steps, Mr. Speaker, upon the review. We've seen improvements in the ambulance offload times, Mr. Speaker, dramatic improvements that hadn't been seen for many years. The problem had been getting worse under successive governments, Mr. Speaker. We took action, took advice from the front lines, and implemented that advice.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a great segue into my next question. Earlier this year, the Nova Scotia Health Authority announced new offload times for ambulances at the 5 busiest emergency departments in this province. The Minister of Health expressed this would ease the number of emergency patients waiting in hallways and the number of ambulances delayed from responding to calls. But we have heard from critics and we've heard from Nova Scotians that setting new standards without the appropriate resources wouldn't do much. And we've witnessed that, and I will table this document. So can the minister confirm what percentage actually of offloads at the 5 pilot emergency hospitals have been completed within the 30 minutes?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Directive was made earlier this year, as the member noted, to have the Health Authority and EHS work together to improve the transfer. That offload that the member is referencing is the transfer from an ambulance that arrives at the emergency department into the hospital environment. And, Mr. Speaker, we've seen improvements, for example, at the Halifax Infirmary, one of the busiest emergency departments, where the offload time averaged somewhere in the vicinity of 180 minutes, Mr. Speaker. It's down somewhere in the vicinity of 60 minutes, Mr. Speaker. That's a significant improvement in just a few months. There's still more work to do, Mr. Speaker, but we're seeing progress on that work.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
The problem is that there's no consistency across this province, so not everyone is being treated equal. Mr. Speaker, these guidelines are intended to help balance the intense pressures that paramedics are under, and as well ensure that an ambulance is available when someone needs one. We know from cases reported over the summer that that is simply not the case. And they are not available, Mr. Speaker, in critical cases that literally constitute a life or death scenario. Once again, the Premier has admitted there's a case being investigated right now. Paramedics and patients are both desperate to know if these new offload measures are working, and if so, when will they be rolled out to other hospitals? So my question is, when will these new standards be introduced at additional emergency departments across this province? And if so, please name the ones.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've previously indicated, the Nova Scotia Health Authority did take the direction to heart. They work together, and I want to recognize and acknowledge, Mr. Speaker, the staff and the frontline healthcare personnel who have been part of that. Mr. Speaker, we hosted earlier this year in Halifax the National Emergency Department physicians. And Mr. Speaker, there are about half a dozen Nova Scotia emergency physicians that I bumped into during that time, Mr. Speaker, who lauded me, Mr. Speaker, for taking the steps that we did. They said they have never seen that type of initiative, and they recognized that it was the direction that I gave to the Health Authority that allowed the system to start making these positive changes. So it's listening, Mr. Speaker, to frontline healthcare professionals, and we're receiving the feedback from those emergency doctors and paramedics on the front line that they're seeing these improvements on the front line.
The honourable member for Argyle-Barrington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am one of those frontline healthcare workers, and I've worked in healthcare for nearly 5 years as a paramedic. I've heard from dozens of paramedics about being overworked, about having to work overtime hours shift after shift, about having trouble even getting a bathroom break. I acknowledge that the Minister of Health has met with some paramedics and is doing his best to listen to their concerns. But the persistent state of chaos in the system and the problems that they're still dealing with day after day, month after month, suggests that not enough action or not enough of the right action is being done. It's great for the minister to stand here and say, we're listening, we're working together, but people are concerned, and people want to see data supporting those claims. What analysis has the department conducted to determine if the new emergency offload standards have improved or worsened burnout rates for paramedics?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll take a brief moment to acknowledge the member and his first question in the legislature. Welcome here, and congratulations on your first question. Mr. Speaker, as I've previously noted, we continue to monitor the offload times and the performance, Mr. Speaker, for paramedics transferring patients into emergency departments at those hospitals. The one that I recall that stands out certainly the most significant was the location that had the longest average times for transfer, and one that impacted paramedics from across the province, Mr. Speaker, because it was here at the HI where patients could be transferred in from really anywhere in the province to receive that advanced level of care at that site. And Mr. Speaker, we've seen a reduction in wait from about 180 minutes down to 60 minutes, and it's been less than 6 months in that effort, Mr. Speaker, and we're continuing that effort to continue those improvements in emergency department to paramedic offloads, but also throughout the healthcare system.
The honourable member for Argyle-Barrington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This caucus stood in this House last year and discussed this very issue about paramedic burnout. We asked the minister if he'd taken up the offer from paramedics to spend a 12-hour shift experiencing what the job actually is like on the ground. The minister's answer at the time left some uncertainty as to whether that had happened, and I'll table his answer. It's been a year. Has the minister found time to take part in a full 12-hour shift with paramedics as previously promised in this House?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As previously acknowledged in the legislature, I did attend a ride-along, Mr. Speaker, with the EHS. It was probably about a year ago. I don't remember the exact dates, Mr. Speaker, and that was an opportunity for me to see. We stopped, Mr. Speaker, at various hospitals, bases, etc., to talk to the paramedics in the line of duty while they were waiting in the hallway, for example, at the QE2, but also, Mr. Speaker, talking to them at Dartmouth General, where they spoke very highly of the offload program that they had in place at that transition unit, Mr. Speaker, and that was a very informative experience for me, hearing directly from them. And Mr. Speaker, I also engage obviously with the union representatives and hear from them. And on the topic of burnout, Mr. Speaker, the feedback that I got from the union representatives is that addressing the offload time was one of the most important steps that I could take to address that burnout concerns.
The honourable member for Argyle-Barrington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. 2 weeks ago, paramedics issued 9 code-critical warnings about low ambulance availability in a 7-day span. The week prior, there were 7 instances of code-critical across Nova Scotia. In the month of August, paramedics reported a total of 41 code-critical warnings. This is particularly worrisome because these new ambulance offload guidelines were intended to reduce the incidences of code-critical, but it doesn't seem like they have. Mr. Speaker, can the minister explain why code-critical instances have continued across the province, even with the new offload guidelines?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we've been discussing, one of the really the primary concern. It was the primary concern when asked in terms of prioritizing of paramedics that I heard from both frontline and from union representatives was addressing the issue of offload times. That is the transfer time that it takes when an ambulance shows up at a hospital to transfer them into the care of the hospital facility that they're visiting. Mr. Speaker, we saw the reports, Mr. Speaker, we saw the news, patients would see and people in the communities would see ambulances backed up outside of the Halifax Infirmary and other hospitals around the province. That's why that was a focal point, Mr. Speaker. It's the action that we took, and we're seeing those improvements, Mr. Speaker. The work is not done. We'll continue to work with the Nova Scotia Health Authority, EHS, and our other healthcare partners to see more improvements.
The honourable member for Argyle-Barrington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Again, I appreciate the minister's assurance that there's progress and hard work, but we're interested in the data and the data that the minister and the NSHA are relying on. Paramedics have been publicizing code-critical calls for years. This concern speaks to the very heart of the healthcare crisis here in Nova Scotia. Nova Scotians want to know, will the system be there when they need it? Will an ambulance arrive in an acceptable time frame when they need it? Data can ease their fears, but where is the data? Mr. Speaker, does the department itself collect its own data on instances of code-critical throughout the province, and will it commit to making it public if so? Thank you.
Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe, first I want to clarify for the members of the legislature that the reference to the term code critical is not a code or a reference to a program or identified term for within the Department of Health or the healthcare system, Mr. Speaker. I believe that's a part of work within the union environment to draw attention to concerns that they have, Mr. Speaker. So the terminology there, so to answer the member's question, that's not a particular item, but I assure the member opposite that we do monitor and track information around our EHS and other aspects of the healthcare system.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour, Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Even if people manage to get offloaded into Emerge, there's often nowhere for them to go. We've got over 20% or 700 frail seniors sitting in acute care beds waiting for long-term care. Last spring, a vice president of the Nova Scotia Health Authority noted that the ambulance and emergency care problem is compounded by the lack of long-term care beds. He said, there are an increasing number of individuals who need housing or accommodation or long-term care, but their needs are becoming very complicated, and it's very challenging for us to find locations for them to go. And I will table that. Mr. Speaker, this sounded to me like an acknowledgement that any changes to ambulance offload directives without sufficient funding for personnel is just window dressing until the very serious shortage of long-term care beds can be addressed. Mr. Speaker, will the minister acknowledge that there is a connection between the shortage of long-term care beds and the worsening situation and backlog in the emergency departments in Nova Scotia?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for the question. The member raises a concern that we're well aware of for Nova Scotians. I believe everyone in this legislature recognizes the importance of ensuring that the appropriate care, whether that's in our primary acute care system or in our long-term continuing care environment for Nova Scotians to receive the supports that they require. And that, Mr. Speaker, is why we continue. The member made reference to the offloads and being only one part of the work that needs to be done. That's true, Mr. Speaker. That's why the Nova Scotia Health Authority Authority is also continuing the work looking at patient flow throughout the hospital system, Mr. Speaker, to improve those processes. And it's why, Mr. Speaker, we've announced, I believe, over 120 some new long-term care beds, Mr. Speaker. We continue to work and invest in home care programs and other programs, Mr. Speaker, to allow Nova Scotians to stay where they want to and continue care space.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the things I've gotten used to over the last couple of years is that announcing 120 new beds when you need at least 2,000 doesn't reassure very many Nova Scotians. Mr. Speaker, the simple fact of the matter is that this government has had oversight of this matter for over 6 years. And for those 6 years, issues around long-term care beds and ambulance availability have persisted. They've gotten worse under this government, and there is no way other to frame it. This is a crisis this government has denied, and it's a crisis this government has paid lip service to. So I'd like to ask the minister, considering that a couple of weeks ago I was in the Emerge with 2 people who attempted suicide and were sent home within 24 hours, why has the minister taken only minor steps to improve the number of long-term care beds in this province, and does he agree that this is having a dramatic impact on the health and home care for seniors in this province?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I guess you would rule perhaps that there's a disagreement of fact between myself and the member opposite, where she had suggested or stated that the wait times have only gotten worse under this government. In fact, Mr. Speaker, if the member wishes to compare the wait list for continuing care, long-term care services, when we came into government in 2013 and what they are today, Mr. Speaker, we've seen a reduction in the wait list of almost about 50%, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've seen a reduction in the number of people waiting both in hospital, waiting to be discharged to a long-term care facility, as well as those people waiting in their home or in their community for long-term care accommodations. And Mr. Speaker, not just the number of people waiting, but how long they wait has also been reduced significantly.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, my question is to the Minister of Health and Wellness. We know from the Minister's expert panel on long-term care that people living in nursing homes need more help than they did 20 years ago. Residents are older when they move into nursing homes today than a generation ago. Residents also entering nursing homes are much more frail than they used to be, and many more use mobility devices like wheelchairs and walkers than residents have in the past. Many nursing homes were built for a more mobile population. Mr. Speaker, in the event of the need for an emergency evacuation in the case of a fire or natural disaster like Hurricane Dorian, how confident is the Minister of Health that nursing home residents would all get out safely?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the member's correct. It was about a year ago, as of now, about a year ago, when we implemented or established the expert panel on long-term care. They did their work, Mr. Speaker, provided me and the government with a number of recommendations, about 22 specific recommendations to improve the quality of care within our long-term care sector, Mr. Speaker. I provided an update to Nova Scotians yesterday, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to table that report card, which is available online for all Nova Scotians, as to the progress we're making and the work that remains to be done to continue this important work and improve the quality of care in our long-term care sector for those Nova Scotians who need that care.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sadly, the report card won't help the seniors get out in case of a disaster. Mr. Speaker, yesterday's announcement that the government will allow retired RNs to work as continuing care assistants in nursing homes does nothing to solve the problem that our continuing care facilities are facing. It is the staffing ratios that need to be improved. The current workload of CCAs makes providing adequate care to seniors impossible, and I don't know what is so hard for this government to understand. Mr. Speaker, if the staffing levels in our nursing home are not adequate to ensure that residents get to go to the bathroom when they need to pee, Mr. Speaker, what would happen to these residents in the case of an evacuation?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I want to assure the member opposite that, in fact, we have various reviews and inspections that do take place in the emergency processes, Mr. Speaker, and indeed requirements under the fire marshal and rules and assessments also take place, Mr. Speaker, to ensure the safety of our residents. Mr. Speaker, in terms of the staffing aspect, Mr. Speaker, the member's correct. Staffing is an important part, and many of those recommendations of the expert panel focus exactly on that. But, Mr. Speaker, the announcements that I made yesterday were 2 initiatives, Mr. Speaker, to address what we recognize as a concern. Regardless of what the ratios are, Mr. Speaker, there are many sites that are understaffed because they don't have the workforce available to fill the positions. They're chronic vacancies, Mr. Speaker, and the announcements that we did yesterday following the direction and advice of the expert panel was to make changes to help address that immediate concern and get support in those sites that are there today for those chronic vacancies.
The honourable member for Victoria the Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question as well is to the Minister of Health and Wellness. This summer, residents of Quebec and the surrounding area were very troubled by a sharp increase in visits to the emergency room of the Victoria County Memorial Hospital. A family doctor at the hospital said that overcrowding at Cape Breton Regional and closures elsewhere forced patients to drive from as far away as Louisbourg and Escazone for treatment in Quebec. That influx of unexpected patients fell to the 4 family doctors that struggled to treat the hospital's emergency patients while also managing their own practices. And I'll table that, Mr. Speaker. So my question to the Minister, can the Minister confirm the percentage increase in emergency room visits to the Victoria County Memorial over the summer?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, we know that health care broadly and emergency care access is important to Nova Scotians. And Mr. Speaker, that's why we've been taking steps to help improve the access to care and maintain emergency coverage. Mr. Speaker, some of the steps that we've been taking include establishing and enhancing locum incentive programs to cover emergency department shifts. And through those initiatives, Mr. Speaker, we've seen almost 600 days of emergency department coverage because of those changes we've made in the last year. Again, the work's not done. These are just some of the parts that we are taking to help address those pressures in emergency departments across the province.
The honourable member for Victoria the Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, action or inaction has consequences. Dr. David Ewan says those consequences include times when they run out of stretchers, and the corner of the hallway that is normally used for linens is now a patient area. They include days where no ambulances can be offloaded at all. And they include instances of triple closures at North Sydney, New Waterford and Glace Bay, going from rare to routine, according to the Victoria Memorial physicians. And I'll table that as well, Mr. Speaker. The doctors have said they have received only lip service from the Department of Health and the Health Authority. So my question to the Minister, will the Minister admit that these are consequences of this government's failure to plan for appropriate resources in health care?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, the member's raising concerns and also highlights through his question the integrated nature of our healthcare system, Mr. Speaker, recognizing the interdependency of resources and facilities. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, we recognize that in Cape Breton Island, the importance of emergency department and a strong emergency department, particularly at the Cape Breton Regional facility, Mr. Speaker. In 2017, when I was first appointed Minister of Health and Wellness, one of the first hospital sites that I visited was the Cape Breton Regional, and one of the most significant parts on that tour, Mr. Speaker, was the emergency department, where they stressed how that emergency department was not adequate, was not large enough to provide the care for the people in that region, Mr. Speaker. And that's why we have a capital initiative underway that we've announced in the redevelopment of Cape Breton's hospital infrastructure. We're more than doubling the size of that emergency department, Mr. Speaker, to address the very concern that the member has raised.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Communities, Cultures and Heritage. The grounds of the Truro Amateur Athletics Club, or the TAC, have been a popular spot for sport and outdoor activity for over a century. Over time, the grounds have fallen into a state of disrepair. At one time, TAC hosted provincial and regional track events. but that's no longer an option in its current state. A fundraising drive has been launched, pulling in well over $600,000 from the community and $1 million in kind from the County of Colchester and the Town of Truro. But the TAC Revitalization Committee needs provincial support to get across the finish line. My question for the minister is, has the province considered any level of financial support for the TAC Revitalization project in Truro?
The Honourable Minister of Communities, Culture and Heritage.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for an important question. As sport and recreation infrastructure is of great importance across Nova Scotia. In this particular year, we've invested heavily in a number of major projects. I'm certainly pleased with the $1 million we put into 29 trail projects. In regards to the project that the member references, I met in June with Brian Wood to take a look at the existing facility and to hear from the Truro Amateur Athletic Club Revitalization Society as to what their plans are, and I know our department now is engaged in those discussions.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the minister's response. It's an important project for the community. As we can see, the TAC, the committee has sought and received support from the county and from the town. We know that the community is supporting it and willing to push it forward. We also know in other cases across the province where the province went ahead and picked up the share, the municipality's share for a tab of a track facility, and of course that facility happened to be in the Premier's constituency, Mr. Speaker. So we need to make sure that the province is treating communities fairly and is not willing to pick up the tab, no questions asked, for a community project just because it's in the Premier's constituency, while other communities like Truro are forced to scrape by. So can the minister maybe inform the House as to when his department intends to respond to the committee, the TAC committee, as to whether they'll be able to proceed with their project just like the Premier's community was?
The Honourable Minister of Communities, Culture and Heritage.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I do want to point out that Truro and that area is a very significant track and field community. Cobequid has had a remarkable history in terms of championships and track and field achievements. So certainly our department will work very closely, and we've already had a conversation with the MP prior to the federal election, and it is my belief that the town, County of Colchester, the province, and the federal government, we'll all four levels of government will work for a successful project in Truro.
The Honourable Member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On June 18th, the medical director of Ocean View Continuing Care Centre sent a letter to the Department of Health and Wellness and the Nova Scotia Health Authority advising them and their only other part-time doctor that both doctors were leaving effective September 19th. I was advised during our last Health Committee meeting that a normal response from these two departments to a letter like this would be 1 to 3 days. Mr. Speaker, it took 6 weeks before the medical director had a response, and it was simply an acknowledgement that they sent out an email to doctors to express a request for interest. It took the halting of admissions to this long-term care facility before a meeting was held 2.5 months later. Can the Minister of Health tell me if halting admissions to the long-term care facility is the only thing that will get the attention of the Department of Health and Wellness and the Nova Scotia Health Authority these days?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we've been discussing quite at length today, indeed the care that's provided and the importance to ensure that that care is available to our loved ones requiring long-term care, or if it's in the community in their home care settings, is important, Mr. Speaker. And that's why we continue as a government to recognize those needs, to invest heavily in home care supports to allow Nova Scotians to stay home, recognizing the caregivers that support them. And indeed, in the long-term care sector, Mr. Speaker, we have a plan in place with guidance from the expert panel. And Mr. Speaker, I assure the member opposite that when facilities have needs, that when they reach out to the department, indeed, I would expect a quicker turnaround than 6 weeks.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the acknowledgement that 6 weeks is too long. My cousin lives in that facility, and I certainly hope that they find physicians for it soon. Mr. Speaker, though, this is not the only issue facing our long-term care system. The Veterans Memorial Hospital has federally funded long-term care beds for our veterans, but the facility itself is owned and funded by the province. Veterans groups have been advocating for the spouses of veterans to be able to live at the Veterans Memorial Hospital for decades. This requires the province to certify the Veterans Hospital as a long-term care facility, which they still have not done. And this despite the fact that there are empty beds within the hospital. My question to the Minister of Health, can he tell us why this government continues to drag its feet in supporting veterans in care and their families who want to be reunited?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member noted, there are spaces available that are under the purview and management paid for by Veterans Affairs Canada, Mr. Speaker. The eligibility for utilizing those spaces does fall to them, Mr. Speaker. Certainly the province is ready and willing and able to work with our federal counterparts at Veterans Affairs Canada should they change the eligibility criteria for accessing those beds for which they pay for.
The honourable member for Cumberland South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a year ago, the area of Oxford lost a gem when the Oxford Lions Park was closed due to a sinkhole development in that property. Since that time, the community has worked with both provincial and federal governments to secure funding for the geotechnical and geophysical investigation of the Lions Park property. The results of this study are not good news for the future of the Lions Park. My question to the Minister of Transportation: does his department have an abatement plan to address the evolving sinkhole problem?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for the question. The department is engaged in determining the extent of the concern that has been expressed in the area with regard to the highway next door there, and we are in the process of undertaking a drilling program to do testing at the site to determine just what the threat is to the sinkhole area.
The honourable member for Cumberland South.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for that information. The CBC has been following this issue ever since it started, and the report came out in late August. And the residents about the safety of Highway 104. Visual inspections on that area show recurring potholes neighbouring the Lions Park and the surrounding properties of the Highway 104 and 321 routes. Aerial photographs from 1939 to 1962 show a possible sinkhole that the area, and it is now covered by the construction of the twinned highway of the Trans-Canada Highway, and I'll table that report. My question to the Minister: is his department conducting an actual test other than just drilling on this Highway 104 or Exit 6 area, or is he just waiting to visually see what happens?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member opposite for the question. Sinkholes are naturally occurring throughout the province, and geologists have been aware of them and mapping them for years. Mr. Speaker, we put the safety of our travelling public as a #1 priority, and that's why we are undertaking a drilling program to determine just how extensive the situation is with regard to suspected sinkholes under the highway. Thank you.
The honourable member for Victoria the Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Transportation Infrastructure Renewal. Recently, we learned that the ferry in Little Narrows will be replaced with a new and modernised vessel. In the past, a study was done to investigate the possibility of building the bridge to join the Little Narrows area with the peninsula in Iona. While there are advantages to each, there seems to be little information on why the department made the decision it did. So my question for the Minister: can he please explain to this House why the department chose to build a new ferry rather than building the bridge?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And in Nova Scotia, our ferry system is extremely important to the travelling public. And all of the ferries, Mr. Speaker. In the instance of that particular one that's cited, the matter was the comparative costs associated with supplying a bridge. We've also looked at the possibility of a bridge at a very much busier ferry in the member opposite's riding, the Englishtown ferry, and that one also, at this point, does not justify the cost of constructing a bridge.
The honourable member for Victoria the Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the minister provide the House with the revenues and expenditures of the Little Narrows Ferry over the past 5 years to allow for a better understanding of why this decision was made and to also allow for further discussion on this matter?
The time allotted for question period has now expired. We'll now move on to government business. The Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That concludes government business for today. I request that the House do reconvene tomorrow, September 27th, at the hours of 9 a.m. The after daily routine and question period, we will be dealing with Bill number 152 and possibly address and reply. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Motion is for the House to rise to meet again tomorrow, Friday, September 27th, between the hours of 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The House will now move into the emergency debate as presented by the honourable member for Annapolis earlier, and therefore under Rule 43 we'll be debating the topic of climate change. And a reminder that 2 hours are set aside for this debate with no single member speaking for more than 15 minutes. The honourable member for Annapolis.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the support of your chair and all members of this House as we debate what is an important issue not only for the province of Nova Scotia, Mr. Speaker, but in the global community. We've seen, Mr. Speaker, a UN-backed report by environmental agencies come out, Mr. Speaker. We've heard from Nova Scotians, one end of Nova Scotia to the other, and all of us know, and I remember one of the members referred to tomorrow when where there will be the rallying cries of our young people to ensure that those of us who have the privilege to hold elected office in this province deal with the challenges of ensuring that we leave them with a province that is in a country, in a globe that is sustainable, one that is healthier than it is today, and it will require courage on all of our parts to ensure that we do that, Mr. Speaker. And it will not only be the members of this House who will help lead the way, it will be, Mr. Speaker, it will include all Nova Scotians. It will require those in public sector, those in the private sector, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, it will allow us, if we're bold enough, to continue to lead the country when it comes, Mr. Speaker, to greenhouse gas reductions. I want to tell you, Mr. Speaker, we are already surpassed the federal government's target of 30% by 2030. We're proud of that work, Mr. Speaker, but we can do much more. Mr. Speaker, and the Minister of the Environment in the coming weeks will set a more ambitious target for the province of Nova Scotia to continue to work and achieve that leadership role that we are taking within inside of our country. And I want to thank him and his department for their ongoing and continued work on the environment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we're the only Canadian jurisdiction, Mr. Speaker, that has legislation specifically to protect our coastlines, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud of that, all of us, regardless of the constituency that represent, get to enjoy the beauty of the coast of this province, Mr. Speaker. We will be requiring the support of our municipal partners to ensure that land use is properly done along the coast, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that building permits are being approved in the appropriate places in our province, and working with them to ensure that the human footprint on our coastline does as little damage as possible, Mr. Speaker, so the beauty of our coast will be there for generations to come. We are consulting with Nova Scotians, Mr. Speaker, on a new Green Economy Act that will help position our province for environmental prosperity into the future. The government believes that we need to protect the environment, but, Mr. Speaker, at the same time, we need to grow our economy. One cannot trump the other. We are preparing for an economy of the future where our children and grandchildren can live and prosper. Mr. Speaker, today the Minister of Environment introduced a ban on plastic bags that I know other members in this House have spoken passionately about. I look forward to that debate. But, Mr. Speaker, that is only a start. Like many of the people in this House who don't live near their own home, I have to do the odd day of shopping for supper. And when I arrive back from the local store with my sushi and my salad, I notice, Mr. Speaker, the least of the plastic thing that I have is the bag. The wrapping that both of these products show up in, Mr. Speaker, are made of plastic. And we need the help of the private sector, and we need all Nova Scotians to recognize that the plastic bag ban is the first step in ensuring that we remove plastic out of our economy. I want to say to you, Mr. Speaker, the private sector has been a strong ally in supporting a green economy and a more sustainable future for our province. Our job as government, Mr. Speaker, is to create an environment where they can thrive, create rules that protect the environment, and look towards a more prosperous future, one that is with a clean environment that our children can look forward to as the private sector continues to grow inside of our province. Mr. Speaker, but we can't do this alone. As I said earlier, our province needs to step up, and other provinces need to step up and join us in this fight to build a cleaner and more prosperous future for our citizens. Mr. Speaker, I want to acknowledge the fact that even though today we as a province are leading the country, we did not get there by ourselves or because of the governing party today alone. I want to acknowledge the Conservative Party, the premiership of Premier MacDonald, and then Minister Parent, who is the Minister of Environment, Mr. Speaker, who brought in the first Environmental Goals and Sustainability Prosperity Act. Mr. Speaker, it was what helped us on this path to be able to lead the country, and I want to acknowledge their important role in ensuring that we continue to do that. Mr. Speaker, I also want to acknowledge the New Democratic Party who's with us here in the House, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank them for their continued passion of protecting, Mr. Speaker, the environment. I want them to know that we are not dismissing the hard work that they as a caucus continue to do when it comes to the issue of the environment. Mr. Speaker, we may not always agree on the direction we take. We may not always agree that it's not bold enough, or, Mr. Speaker, we're not moving fast enough. But our government, Mr. Speaker, is leading the country with GHG reductions in coastal protection, in waste reduction, and energy efficiency, Mr. Speaker, and we're doing that while we are growing an economy. Our population is up. Our population is up, youth retention is up, unemployment is down, and we've produced 4 consecutive balanced budgets, Mr. Speaker. This is proof, quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, that we can grow an economy while protecting the environment. The two can coexist, and, Mr. Speaker, they must coexist. Throughout this debate, you will hear from 3 of our ministers. Naturally, the Minister of Environment, welcome to his first debate, the Minister of Lands and Forestry, Mr. Speaker, and we will also include, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Energy and Mines, Mr. Speaker. From him, we'll hear on some of the specific things that we are doing to green the economy and create the jobs of the future. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to stand here as the leader of this province to discuss this important global emergency and to assure Nova Scotians that their government is listening, acting, and preparing for a greener economy and a cleaner, more prosperous future for Nova Scotians. And, Mr. Speaker, I also want to tell those Nova Scotians that we will be listening to the entire debate in this House, looking for solutions that are constructive from all members of this House, regardless of which side of the House they're sitting on. No one party, No one party, Mr. Speaker, can lay claim to being the ones to green the economy the most or care the most about the environment. I sincerely believe that all members of this House want to leave a better province for their children in the future. How we get there will be discussed and debated. Mr. Speaker, I told both leaders of the parties that I have to step out to be interviewed, but I will be back in to be engaged in this conversation. So I want all members, not only the ones on the government side, but the members on the opposition side, your constructive ideas will become an important part of ensuring that we operate in the spirit that started in 2005-06. That it meant that all members of this House unanimously supported the first piece of legislation to protect our environment and grow the economy will continue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sackville-Beaverbank.
Yeah, thank you very, very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the Premier for his comments here today. And I sincerely agree with him that when it comes to climate changes and the issues that we're currently facing, not just here in Nova Scotia, but globally across this world, it isn't just a partisan issue. This is an issue that takes all different colored stripes and everybody here to work together to solve. I do want to, before I start going into a number of different issues I have here, I do want to point out, I do recognize that this government brought forward the Coastal Protection Act, and I do know that, or I am anticipating as a critic for environment, that there will also be coming forward amendments to the Environmental Goals and Sustainable Prosperity Act very soon, and hopefully in this session. I would ask and request the same as I did when the Coastline Protection Act come forward, that when EXPA comes forward, that it comes forward amended to the legislation and not regulations, not appendix attached to it, but I think that we need to have concrete dates, goals that are set out within amended legislation that are enforceable, where any government, whether it be the government today or the government tomorrow, where any government will be held responsible and have their feet held to the fire to meet those goals. Mr. Speaker, I do believe that we are in a changing times. I was looking the other day at to see how many new auto manufacturers are currently looking at transitioning their fleet towards electric vehicles, and I would note that Volvo has actually stated that this year that they would be transitioning all new vehicles that they manufacture to electronic vehicles. And I bring that up because one of the concerns that I have raised here before, and I have, is the fact that currently in this province we don't have the infrastructure in place. The Premier talks in regards to green jobs and transitioning to a green economy. I think that there are plenty of opportunities, one of those being electric vehicles and hybrid vehicles, but without that proper infrastructure in place throughout this province, it really makes it unachievable to meet that goal. So one of the things I'd like to see coming forward by the government is to see where their plan is to transition from fossil fuels and traditional vehicles to electric vehicles. I'd like to see where that's coming forward. I'd also comment in regards to the initiative that this government brought forward in regards to solar. And I think that if government is honestly wanting to make a change and address climate change, I think that it is going to be a multifaceted approach, one of those, of course, being solar, the other being wind. And I know that from talking with constituents that I represent, although there are programs, both municipally and the program that this government brought forward, and it was a significant initiative, I believe $30,000, it still is not enough to make it reachable for normal Nova Scotians who have all their normal bills to be able to take advantage of that initiative. I would really like to see, if this government's serious about that, more money invested into that program and a higher threshold so that more Nova Scotians can actually tap into that and look at fueling their homes through alternate energy than coal-fired electric that we have now. I attended this week, I was fortunate enough to attend the David Suzuki talk the other night, Tuesday night, I guess it was, at Dal Arts Centre, and I thought it was quite interesting that this whole thing, it's the young people that are really pushing this. They see and recognize the need and the threats of climate change that we're having. And as Mr. Speaker, you mentioned earlier to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, I mean, it almost as if a climate crisis seems to be the catchphrase of 2018 and 19, and I think what people miss is that it is a crisis. Hundreds and hundreds of scientists who are not backed by big industry or by oil and gas or by anything else are coming forward and saying that we have to recognize the concerns around climate change, and we have to take things, precautions, and start acting now. And if we don't, we will not, we're seeing significant impacts of climate change already, whether here in this province, whether it's some of the dams and berms across this province, particularly between us and New Brunswick, where there are concerns coming out in rising water. Across this province, we are a coastal province, and climate change will have a significant impact on residents across this province. So I appreciate that the current government has called this as an emergency debate today. I recognize it is an emergency debate. So I hope that they are willing to, and as the Premier said, not verbatim, but that it's going to take some guts to put initiatives in place. I hope that this government, as with all other parties in this House, are willing to take those initiatives and face some of those harder decisions that need to happen in order to reach a zero carbon emissions. So it's right now with the federal election, we're hearing a lot of how important environment is and reaching that zero carbon emissions by 2030. 2050 is what they've said, but of course we've got one party now saying 2030. And I do feel that I don't think that's out of whack. I do think that if we were to take certain initiatives, we will reach that. And I do commend the government for bringing forward today their legislation in regards to banning plastic bags. I do recognize and hope that is the first step. I often say to people, I recognize that plastic bags are a single use, but I certainly use them, and I'm sure members of this House do more than a single use carrying your garbage home. I mean, I use them for my dog do, and sometimes I'll put my kids' lunches in it or whatever. So independently of the dog do, okay? Independently of the dog do, thank you. But what I do notice is, this doesn't address plastic bottles and single-use water bottles, which to me is it is a single-use product. It's not addressing yet plastic straws or plastic utensils, and I think that there's further opportunities there. So I'm looking forward to see what comes forward after that initial legislation as we move forward on that too. So Mr. Speaker, what I will wrap up with saying is I think that as a party, the Conservatives certainly recognize we were lucky enough to, we were the party that brought forward the initial environmental goals and prosperity Sustainable Prosperity Act. We are looking forward to what's coming back with that. I know that the current government, as well as members of the NDP and our party, have all had opportunities to meet with Ecology Action Group. I do want to commend Ecology Action for a non-profit volunteer group who've gone out and spent almost, I think it was around $16,000 to engage, to have that report done. The value of that report is significantly more than that. And although I think we may not all agree on what the targets are that's set out there, I think that even Ecology Action will say they want to ensure that any amendments that are done to are done through the legislation. And I think that you know, if the Premier is serious in regards to climate change, then I think he needs to be serious in holding himself, his government, as well as all other members of this House accountable, and that can only be done by putting those goals and those dates right in the legislation. I will say, I mentioned earlier in regards to the walk and that students across the municipality as well as the province are talking about tomorrow. I didn't really realize exactly how engaged some of the youth in this province were until this week when my 11-year-old daughter came home, 10-year-old daughter. And some people may or may not know, my 10-year-old daughter has dyslexia, and she has a really hard time reading, and she's been diagnosed with that since grade 1. And so she's very sports orientated. She's not as interested in academics and stuff like that as my older daughter, but she came home from school really excited earlier this week, and she wanted to talk to Daddy all about climate change and hold me accountable for all the things that I do and don't do, and we had a really long talk, and I recognized by talking to my 11-year-old daughter just how significant children feel and what they're being taught in school. And it is the youth, whether it's our youth here in this province or global youth, that are highlighting this issue. And I commend those youth, and I, you know, typically to stand up here and talk during a member's statement about the rally tomorrow would not be something I would normally do, but I do think that the youth in this province and across this globe need to be recognized for their contributions. The UN, of course, has been recognizing, and there's been 2 or 3 speakers there. So I want to recognize the youth here in this province as well. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'll sit down, and I look forward sincerely to hearing what the ministers from the 3 departments are going to bring forward, and how they're going to tell us how they're going to push this. If this is an emergency, I want to hear what they're going to do. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we welcome the opportunity to discuss this defining issue of our time. And I want to start by addressing a few of the remarks that the Premier made. First, I agree that we do need all-party participation on this. I think it's an issue that does transcend politics in many ways, and yet many of the decisions that we make in this House, many of the directions that we take in this House are the very directions, are the very decisions that are going to be benchmarks along the path, and that are going to tell us whether we're on the right path or not. And therefore, I was somewhat dismayed when the Premier said, you know, we have to champion the environment and we have to champion the economy. That statement is true. However, I would suggest that that goes one of 2 ways. Either we balance our economic commitments and our global commitments to the future of our species, or we take a different and more transformative approach to looking at the future of our economy through the lens of the crisis that we find ourselves in, Mr. Speaker. And this is what we talk about when we talk about an ambitious green jobs plan. We can't continue the status quo of, on the one hand, polluting our environment in the name of economic growth, and on the other hand, saying that we're committed to solving the climate crisis, because quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, the two don't work together. According to a recent report prepared by the Ecology Action Centre, we have the opportunity, and this was co-authored by Gardner Pinfold, to create over 15,000 jobs a year by 2030 if we take an ambitious approach to transforming our economy in order to address the climate crisis. It isn't an either-or, Mr. Speaker. We can grow our economy, but the way that economic growth happens will be fundamentally different than the way that we understand that now. An ambitious and robust green jobs plan is an opportunity for innovation, entrepreneurship, youth retention and immigration, all things this government talks about all the time, Mr. Speaker, and I know holds in very high value. It's the responsibility of this government to ensure that we take this transformative action to address climate change, while at the same time making a commitment to the workers most impacted by the changing economy, so that it is not the workers who will pay the price of that transition, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say, it won't be easy. I think it's natural in a political environment to look for an easy solution to a problem, and by easy, a solution that ruffles the least amount of feathers. Whatever solution we come up with, if we're really going to address the climate crisis, will ruffle feathers. We will advantage some industries over other industries. We will change fundamentally the way we think about and hopefully measure our economic progress and output, Mr. Speaker. And all of that will come with criticism, will come with challenges, and will come with discomfort. But, Mr. Speaker, it's our contention that we have no other choice. There is a huge green industry emerging across the world. It spans from engineering to technology, to education, to the arts, to agriculture, and so much more. We already have green jobs here in Nova Scotia, Mr. Speaker. We have environmental scientists, educators, artists, renewable energy consultants, urban planners, project coordinators, builders, growers, tourism operators, food service workers. We have a green economy, but it's too small. And we have a government that so far, Mr. Speaker, hopefully today is the tipping point, hasn't seen these sectors as big opportunities for investment and growth and putting us on track to join those climate champions that are on the track towards carbon neutrality. We have to nurture these industries, Mr. Speaker. We have to cultivate these leaders. Think of how we could be supporting the environmental leaders we have here in Nova Scotia if we put the resources and energy into making a conscious shift towards a clean economy. Think of the opportunities in the creative economy, the opportunities for young Nova Scotians who want to get involved in sustainable forestry, sustainable fishing, local food production. Mr. Speaker, many of these things happen at a micro level, but they have macro implications. Mr. Speaker, we need to be paying attention to the small community-led initiatives that are currently the bright lights in this province in these efforts. Unfortunately, it seems today in many areas that we're far from this carbon neutral future, which I would argue we need to achieve. We see hazardous environmental practices all around us in this province, Mr. Speaker. We're the most coal-dependent province in the country. We're not talking about the coal production, we're talking about the coal that we import, Mr. Speaker, to heat our homes, and that's a problem. Now, the reduction that we've made there has allowed us to ambitiously meet some of the targets set forward, but it's not enough, Mr. Speaker. It's not ambitious enough. We see tire burning, we see unregulated clear-cutting. We're having conversations in committees about natural resources and economic development, about uranium exploration, Mr. Speaker, and fracking. These are not the conversations we need to be having. We need to be talking about clean jobs. We need to be talking about battery storage. We need to be talking about carbon neutrality. We need to be talking about how to transition our workforce into this new reality, Mr. Speaker. When big companies and old school governments are in charge, fighting climate change can become a burden on regular people. We can do things differently, Mr. Speaker. We can all join together and we can set ambitious targets, and we can work together to achieve them, Mr. Speaker. We endorse the plan put forward by the Ecology Action Centre. Obviously, more work needs to be done, but we need robust targets. And I think if we could show leadership in this chamber, Mr. Speaker, about our targets with the new EGSPA coming in, there are lots of opportunities to do that. Things like a plastic bag ban are one step in that direction. But if we can really show transformative change here, I believe, Mr. Speaker, that we can lead the province in that direction. We're the right size, it's the right moment, and Nova Scotia has the opportunity, I believe, to become a leader in this effort. We could become a province that can really be a beacon to other communities around the world for how to make this transition. I believe we have this opportunity, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad we're having this debate, and I look forward to the comments of my colleagues.
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today extremely privileged to be the Minister of Environment today. I must say that climate change is one of the most pressing issues of our time. It's a global emergency, and it's happening right here and right now. Nova Scotia is experiencing droughts, floods, stronger storms, milder winters, and longer summer heat waves. Our oceans are changing with rising sea levels and changing acidity and salinity. Climate change demands action, and action from all of us to avoid the worst-case scenario of its impacts. It demands more resilience from our people and our communities to adapt to its effects. Mr. Speaker, in the face of this global emergency, we are taking urgent action as a government. And I would like to share on a personal note, my experience is one that I've been very privileged to be raised in a situation where I had the chance to experience the environment and go to places like Sporting Lake in wilderness areas. As a young fellow, that's what we did. To grow up on the Bay of Fundy, where I still live, is an opportunity, and to see the things and experience the wonders that this province has and the nature and the natural things. It gives me an opportunity and a privilege to be not only the Minister of Environment, but part of a government that understands the environment with my colleagues. And I'd like to mention the support that I have since being appointed from the Premier, the support that I've had from my colleagues, Minister Rankin with the Minister of Fisheries, or Lands and Forestry, and Minister Mumbercat with his work, and the Minister of Energy. All of this has helped me to transition into my position that I have here today. And I'd be standing here today remiss not to mention also the great staff in the Department of Environment. And I've been extremely privileged to have a group of young, professional, energetic people that are leading all of the action plans that we have today, and I thank them all. I'm proud to say also that Nova Scotia is a national leader in fighting climate change. We have made tremendous progress to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, and that, Mr. Speaker, is the thanks to all Nova Scotians and the work they've done. They are making energy efficiency upgrades to their homes and businesses. Communities are investing in wind and solar power. People are choosing public transit, active transportation, even new electric vehicles. And we're investing in our transition from coal to cleaner energy. Mr. Speaker, that investment is paying off. Electricity from coal is down 76% in 2007 to 52% in 2018. Our clean energy has tripled in the last decade. By next year, 40% of the electricity will be generated from renewables. All of this work is growing our green economy. There are more than 1,400 jobs in the energy efficiency sector alone, Mr. Speaker. That is proof that a clean environment and a thriving economy certainly do go hand in hand. So when we say that Nova Scotians are leading the fight against climate change, Mr. Speaker, that is what we're talking about. And because Nova Scotians have done this hard work, because we put regulations in place to drive down greenhouse gas emissions, we have met the national 2030 reduction goal 13 years early. 13 years, Mr. Speaker, and we're not stopping there. We set a new goal for 2030. In fact, we have one of the most aggressive goals in the country to reduce greenhouse gas emissions even further. We will meet this goal through continued investments, energy efficiency that fight climate change, while also helping Nova Scotians save money and be more comfortable in their homes. We will meet it through continued investments in green infrastructure, sustainable transportation, and innovation. We will meet it by shifting electricity grid towards cleaner sources in a way that makes sense for Nova Scotians without causing pressure on their skyrocketing power rates. We will meet the industry reducing emissions through our cap and trade program. Mr. Speaker, cap and trade covers more than 80% of all greenhouse gas emissions for this province, and it will shrink those emissions every year. All of these efforts combined will help bring our greenhouse gas emissions down by at least 45 to 50% by 2030. That is just an overview of our fight against climate change, Mr. Speaker. We are taking urgent action. As I've said, we will continue the fight. At the same time, we're already feeling the effects of climate change right here, right now. So we will continue our fight against climate change. We will also have to adapt to the effects that we are experiencing, Mr. Speaker. So I'm pleased to say that we're a national leader on this front as well. In the spring, we passed the Coastal Protection Act. It will protect coastal ecosystems and ensure new construction is safe from sea level rise and coastal erosion. Mr. Speaker, that makes Nova Scotia the only province in the nation with legislation specifically to protect our coastlines. We will be developing regulations to support this act. We will look forward to consultation on what Nova Scotians and municipal leaders feel in particular. Nova Scotia is one of the only provinces that has done a detailed province-wide assessment of the likely impacts and severity of climate change. We also require all municipalities to create climate change action plans. These plans help municipalities evaluate risk, vulnerability related to climate change impacts and determine how to adapt to these changes. This helps municipalities build their capacity to tackle climate change. Mr. Speaker, we're building capacity in provincial departments as well. My staff, my great staff, are working with other departments and their respective sectors to assess their climate-related risks and implementation action plans. For example, the Department of Health and Wellness is looking at the level of preparedness of hospitals, community clinics, and long-term care facilities to respond to climate change impacts. Our government is investing in dikes and abattoirs. We're mapping flood risk areas. We're investing in research, modeling, and data to evaluate climate-related risks. Mr. Speaker, we're also teaching our children in school about climate change. And that right there is the reason for all of this. And I would certainly like to thank all of the students that have rallied behind this initiative and the awareness that they have, and applaud them for the work that they do to continually push us in the right direction. As I've said, this is a global emergency. Our children and grandchildren need us to act now. We owe it to them to be leaders. We owe it to them to fight. We owe it to them to build our resiliency to the effects of our changing climate. Mr. Speaker, government has stepped up. We are national leaders on the climate change stage. We are taking action now, but we cannot do it alone. Addressing climate change is a shared challenge. It requires leadership from all levels of government, the private sector, and the non-for-profit organizations. It requires a meaningful effort from all Nova Scotians that are involved. By working together, we will establish a low-carbon economy that reduces greenhouse gas emissions, creates jobs, and ensures a clean environment for future generations. Together, Mr. Speaker, we will build a strong community, resilient community that meets the challenges and seizes the opportunities that come with a changing climate. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm so pleased that the Premier has advanced this topic today for an emergency debate. And it's good to see the members of the legislature collectively recognizing that this is a critical issue of our time and that we are at a pivotal moment. There are future generations, young people today, and future generations looking to elected officials, looking to adults for leadership. So I'm happy that this is coming forward today, and I would say better late than never, Mr. Speaker. This is certainly an issue that our caucus has been trying to advance on the agenda for quite some time. I think of the plastic bag ban legislation, which I was pleased to see come forward today. We also had legislation prepared today, which we would have submitted today. We withdrew that to support the government in theirs. But when just a few short months ago, when we asked the then Minister of the Environment about the plastic bag ban, no, not necessary. So it's good to see that the government is modernizing its view of what is necessary, and we're happy to support them in any initiative that recognizes government's responsibility, that government has a requirement to lead on this. And I also think of another piece of legislation that was introduced today by my colleague from Pictou West, introduced for the fourth time. It was introduced today for the fourth time. That's called the Clean Air Act. It was initially introduced in 2014 by my colleague, reintroduced in 2015, reintroduced in 2017, and reintroduced today. And this might be the time. It might be fourth time a charm that this government acknowledges that there are good ideas in that piece of legislation. Maybe this newfound interest will result in some interest in that specific piece of legislation. I know when that bill was first taken to second reading back in 2014, a former Liberal member from Halifax-Chebucto, a one-term wonder in this House, described it as kind of a bill that was just kind of being put forward from the member from Pictou West only because of Northern Pulp at the time. And he was quite offended that that bill had entered the legislature at that time because of that. And in speaking to it, the then Minister of the Environment at that time, the member from Antigonish, essentially referred to most of the requirements of that bill as red tape. And Mr. Speaker, I hope we've advanced in this, we've advanced our thinking in this legislature to realize when you're coming to issues of importance to the environment, when you're coming to issues that are important to protecting our food production, to protecting our food security, to protecting our province from rising sea levels, when you're talking about issues to protect our province, to protect Nova Scotians and to protect all citizens, it's not merely red tape. It shouldn't be dismissed as red tape, Mr. Speaker. So we know that the EXPA legislation is due for renewal. And I understand that the government is ready to renew the goals of EXPA, and that possibly as early as this session, those goals will be renewed, and I look forward to that discussion, and I thank the government for acting on that. That's a piece of legislation that was introduced in 2007, and at the time it was introduced with a requirement that it be updated and modernized every 5 years. And it was updated and modernized in 2012 under the then NDP government, and was due again for update in 2017. Here we are in 2019. And the government has said it will turn its attention to focusing on that at this point. So, Mr. Speaker, what I would say is better late than never. I do believe that the government is sincere in speaking to this issue at this stage, and we are sincere in working with them to move forward on new goals and new ways of protecting Nova Scotians from climate change. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do want to thank the government for bringing this topic to the House as an emergency debate, because it absolutely 100% is an emergency. I want to, the Premier was, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but the Premier is out of the room while my colleague was speaking earlier, and so I want to reiterate a couple of things. Am I not allowed to say that? Okay, I'm sorry. But I do, I want to reiterate some of the things my colleague said. Because the Premier did say in his remarks that he wants to hear our thoughts. I can't believe I'm going to cry already on the first day. I find this topic extremely worrying and extremely important. I also attended the David Suzuki Stephen Lewis evening the other night and was moved by Julia Sampson and another young climate activist who was on the stage with them. And I have also been very moved by the work and the action of Greta Thunberg. She is an amazing person. And what she is telling us is that it is our responsibility as lawmakers to listen to the children and to act now before it is too late. And it is going to be too late. If we do not elect governments, and as elected governments already, if we do not do things in the next year or two to actively move towards a net zero carbon emissions by 2050, then we will have catastrophic climate change on this earth. We will have mass extinction of species, and we will have many, many people dying and suffering because of the catastrophic climate change. We know this. This is proven by many, many scientists. And so one of the things I heard the Premier say, and I am grateful for what we've done so far in Nova Scotia, but one of the things I heard the Premier say was, we will green our economy and we will grow our environment, but the two can't trump each other, is essentially what I heard you say, the Premier say. But those things do not need to trump each other. Those things need to work together in tandem. When we hear the term greening the economy, what I think of is we have the economy, we have industry here on the landscape, and greening it, we paint it with a green paintbrush. But what's underneath that, when the paint wears away, is still global industry. What we actually need to do is transform our economy. And transforming our economy will be the best economic growth that we've seen in many, many years in Nova Scotia. Green jobs that come from things like wind energy, solar energy, energy efficiency, energy retrofitting, will be the jobs that are so important to our economy. And because those jobs exist, we will be meeting, or if we have important or radical enough targets, we will be able to meet those targets with those types of jobs. There's a quotation from Albert Einstein which says, "No problem can be solved from the same level of consciousness that created it." I have a poster to that effect in my office. And this is one of those problems that needs a new way of thinking. So we are in a climate emergency. The average global temperature for 2015-2019 is on track to be the warmest of any equivalent period on record. We've seen hurricanes, floods, droughts. They're having a major impact on our province and our socioeconomic development. And those impacts are only going to become more severe. Our world is going to become more unpredictable if we do not act now. We know that climate solutions need to be community-led and government-backed if they're to be successful. And right now, failure is not an option, as I already said. The federal government, this is astounding, the federal government estimates that not taking action on climate change could cost Canada $43 billion per year by 2050. And based on our population here in Nova Scotia, that would mean at least $1 billion a year. But that number could actually be higher because of our specific geography and the industries that make us more susceptible to the impacts of climate change. Right now, we have an unprecedented opportunity to transform our economy and to reduce our carbon output significantly. And we can do this in 3 ways. Reducing carbon output at the site of energy production and increasing the proportion of clean energy we rely on. Improving energy efficiency in our homes and workplaces through retrofitting buildings and using more efficient technologies, and investing in efficient transportation and infrastructure. Reducing carbon output at the site of energy production and increasing the proportion of clean energy we rely on is the backbone of the Environmental Goals and Sustainability Prosperity Act. When it comes to the proportion of our energy that comes from renewable sources, the EAC, Ecology Action Centre, submits 90% as the target that will help us meet our 2030 goal. But we have heard that the government has new goals in mind, but we still haven't heard what they are. We don't know what is being planned. We need clear targets, and we need stronger targets. It is no longer enough to say 30% below, I forget what the current government is. What is it, 30? Anyway, what we need is 50% below 1990 levels by 2030, and then we need 0 by 2050. That's what we need. That is what the climate scientists are saying. It is clear, and we need to adjust what we are doing now to meet those goals. So we need to know, is the government going to keep Nova Scotians in the dark for a few more years, or is the government going to show leadership and a plan, a clear path forward to meet those targets? Improving energy efficiency in our homes and workplaces is a crucial part of this work. We know that energy efficiency and deep energy retrofits is the cheapest and most effective way to achieve those carbon reductions. We cannot reduce our carbon output in a meaningful way without committing to a serious transformation in our efficiency standards. As I've mentioned, we could create thousands of new jobs by prioritizing making 100% of our social housing net zero energy ready by 2030. Net zero energy ready homes are up to 80% more efficient than new homes that are being currently built to current standards, code standards. While it's easier to reach these standards with new construction, of course, retrofits can also get us there. Imagine a province where everyone benefits from energy retrofits through lower heating and electricity costs. Net zero retrofits could save Nova Scotian families thousands of dollars every year. I'm hoping this is true because I'm about to insulate my entire home with the help of the Energy Efficiency Nova Scotia programs. But my quote is $9,000 to do it. But I'm really excited about the savings in my oil costs. I know. In 2016, Housing Nova Scotia, what's that? I know, well, it's on certain things, sir. In 2016, Housing Nova Scotia earned a Bright Business Innovation Award for a new passive house design that reduced the annual heating bill of the home to just $245 and the power bill to $585. On the coldest night of the year, the residents can be heated with the equivalent of 1.5 hair dryers. These deep energy retrofits could change the lives of many people in our province who are struggling to keep their heat and lights on. The amount of construction planning, and design work that is required to carry off this transformation could boost our economy in a way that we have not seen in decades. The Pan-Canadian Framework on Clean Growth and Climate Change, prepared by federal, provincial and territorial ministers of the environment, called for net zero building codes across Canada by 2030. Nova Scotia is a signatory on this framework, but we haven't heard anything about where the government is on these changes. It is something that would cost us $0 to put these new codes in place. It would be wise for the government to make these changes as soon as possible to give construction firms time to adjust and build their competitive advantage in a new world. In order to make these retrofits happen, again, we need real leadership. Real leadership could establish targets to keep us on track with these retrofits. Real leadership could create a thriving new industry that employs people with a diverse range of skill sets. Real leadership could ensure that we are in a position to meet ambitious targets to prevent catastrophic climate change. Real leadership makes commitments and keeps them. Finally, the last piece of reducing our greenhouse gas emissions involves investing in our public infrastructure. We need to have a universally accessible system of public transportation that gets people from place to place in an efficient and comfortable manner. And we can do this. This is another opportunity for the creation of thousands of jobs and a new industry in our province. Rather than trying to run the infrastructure that connects us all in a shoestring budget, imagine what our province could do if we have a sustainable, reliable, accessible public transportation that everyone wanted to use. Not only would it keep our cars off the road for more time, but it would make life much easier for so many people. Whether it would mean getting to and from an appointment at the hospital more easily, or visiting family and friends on the other side of the province, or just going to and from work every day, affordable and accessible green public transportation is a huge part of addressing our greenhouse gas emissions. Mr. Speaker, earlier on, my colleagues on the other side of the House, and I do have deep respect for everyone in this House, but I want to say, my colleagues earlier gave themselves a standing ovation for the work that they're doing. No, it happened after the Premier spoke. I feel like this is not the time. This is not the time for standing ovations. This is not the time to congratulate ourselves in this House. The children and the youth who are going to be taking to the streets tomorrow, the people who are going to the UN and saying, how dare you, to the lawmakers of the world, how dare you hold our future in your hands and not do anything? We can't stand up and give ourselves standing ovations right now. We need to do so much more. What we've done is fine, but real leadership would be humble and fast-acting so that this climate crisis can get under control. I implore everyone in this House, everyone, to stand with the youth of Nova Scotia and the youth of the world as they are outside the legislature tomorrow, who are demanding that we take action to stop catastrophic climate change. By the time that they get here tomorrow, many of the members of this legislature will be gone home. We will have gone for the day. We'll be done. But I will be here with my colleagues, standing with the young people for the future that they deserve. And I hope that everyone considers staying to greet them and to stand with them in solidarity. I hope that this government considers how to show more leadership on this file. Our children are asking for it and demanding it, and they deserve it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Lands and Forestry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise to speak for a few minutes on this important late debate that we have on the global emergency we have dealing with the threat, the existential threat of climate change. And I appreciate that it was the government that brought it forward, and it's not about applauding our own selves. It's about acknowledging some of the work that Nova Scotians have collectively done together over a number of years that predates our government. But as a current Minister of Lands and Forestry, as a past Minister of Environment, and as an MLA who frankly cares very much about the environment, and as one of the reasons why I put my name forward to come here in this House. And at one time I was a young MLA. I still consider myself to be somewhat young 6 years later. I do think that it's important to talk about these issues and hear ideas from opposition members how we can do better. So the debate really is about acknowledging that the status quo is not sufficient, how we move forward. But I think some of the initiatives that were mentioned from the Minister of Environment, which really cut across departments, are worth noting so that we can build upon that success that has been achieved. So we are on pace to surpass the federal government's target of 30% below 2005 levels by 2030, and we've met that target 12 years early, so we should be proud of that. And we should be aiming to surpass that, which we will. So we know that we're on pace now to pass that around the range of between 45 and 50% below that. So that will continue to lead the country, and that's just based on what we're doing with the cap and trade program, which covers 80% of our emissions, but it's also because of the hard cap that we have in our electricity sector, which is allowing us to transition to different, cleaner sources of energy in the province. We should be proud that we have invested in wind energy, and again, that's not just our government. A lot of the ComFit initiatives happened prior to us, but a lot of the installs that were improved happened during our government. We now have more wind capacity as a percentage than every other province in the country, except for PEI. So we can do better, but that is one goal that we should be looking at. What other sources do we have? We can look at the solar energy achievements, and I could recall when I filled in at a conference for solar energy in Alberta. At that time, the Ontario government changed, and literally the whole industry was watching their investments go down the tube and looking at new provinces to invest, because a new government completely gutted their programs for solar energy, and then subsequently an Alberta government change. So now, after those programs that were quite effective, that drew in investment for the green economy, Nova Scotia now has, I understand, one of, if not the best, most attractive programs for solar energy. So that's something to be proud of. We also have tidal initiatives happening right now. So that's a way that we can take advantage of our competitive nature, a competitive advantage of being near an ocean. These are things that we can build upon. I'm not saying that they're enough, but I think it's an acknowledgement of some of the work that Nova Scotians have done, because it wasn't always easy. We are also a leader in how we deal with our solid waste in the province. So 300 kilograms per person is about the average of what we consume and what goes to landfills in the province. The national average is over 700 kilograms a person, so more than 50% lower than what the national averages in Canada goes to our landfills. But that's not enough, because we should at some point start talking about no longer using landfills and talking about zero waste. We are going in that direction, I would submit, faster than any other province. Same with greenhouse gas reduction. We are going towards, if there is going to be a province that reaches the carbon neutral by 2050, which many countries have signed on to and the governing party is committing to in this election, I would submit that it'll be Nova Scotia leading the way to get there. And a lot of this is about greenhouse gas mitigation. There is also adaptation, because climate change is very real and it's here. It's the floods that we have seen in Sydney and other parts of the province, egregious floods that we have to deal with and spend government money on to help people. It's the droughts that we've seen, especially in the South Shore a couple of years ago, and dealing with that. It's the more recurring extreme weather events that ultimately government has to spend money on, and over time, past governments haven't realized the true impacts and full cost accounting of what's happening when we're releasing carbon into the atmosphere. But it's also about looking at how we deal with efficiency programs. And members on the opposite side of the House referred to how we can do more. Of course, we can do more, but we have a utility that was put in place that is an independent utility that allows us to achieve more than 1% efficiency per year, and we have other provinces such as Alberta who have emulated that model and are now seeing the success that we have started in this province. And we can do more to achieve more efficiency on the demand side, and we can grow more jobs. I know there's thousands of jobs related to the efficiency part alone, but we are, in terms of what members talk about, the fundamental change, I would submit that that fundamental change is already taking place. It may not be taking place fast enough, and I would agree with that, and we're going to continue to work towards moving faster and moving towards a lower carbon economy, but we have to do so with our partners, with communities, and with industries. I am proud to be able to represent a forestry industry that is undergoing significant fundamental changes, and if you would ask those operators and the foresters in the woods, I think that you would get agreement that this is transformational change in the woods. This is based on an independent report that had authors that came from universities across Canada and the United States who coined the term ecological forestry. That is something that we should achieve, but it's not going to happen overnight. We need to make sure that we have input from our stakeholders and everyday Nova Scotians who have worked their whole lives, successive families in the forest, and how we work together to achieve that. And over the last year since we've received that report, before we received that report last year, less than half of the prescriptions in the woods, or the harvest methods, as you will, only retained less than only retain more than 10% of the actual trees in the woods. Now we're almost at 90% of the prescriptions retaining at least 10%, and many of them are retaining 20 and 30 and 40%. So that's a big change for industry, and we're going to continue to work alongside industry to ensure that we're retaining the highest quality trees that are native to the Acadian forest to ensure that we have carbon sequestration. And that is one of the main ways that we can actually mitigate the impacts of carbon, because trees are that natural way of sequestering carbon out of the atmosphere. So this emergency with climate change aligns with the emergency we face with biodiversity loss, and they're all very important to acknowledge. I see, for me, it's a social justice issue, it's a poverty issue, it's a reconciliation issue. Those that have contributed the least in this world are actually experiencing the most dire impacts from the heightened carbon emissions and the impacts that are having on their countries, especially the most marginalized countries in the world. And we need to do better as being a global citizen in this world to help with our other provinces and move towards a more carbon neutral, a lower carbon economy, a more green economy, a more circular economy when it comes to handling our solid waste, when it comes to handling reducing our carbon footprint, and all the rest. So I just wanted to touch on a few topics. I know the Minister of Energy will go into more detail on the ones that he is responsible for. This is a collective effort on the side of the government. We've been putting our money where our mouth is in terms of cleaning up historic contaminated sites, Boat Harbour being the top of mind for me, number one. That was left behind by past governments, and I'm not pointing fingers. I think that we all should come together and do the right thing. So we have over $100 million set aside for that. We've recently put $48 million in the budget to take on the remediation of two former gold mine sites in Montague and Guysborough County. That's the start of addressing about 60 historic mines that were left behind without dealing with the environmental footprint. We have Harrietsfield that we're spending about $15 million in that remediation project. So I think if you look long and hard at some of the resources and some of the commitments that we've made in 6 years, I think you'll see that we care very much for the environment. We care very much for growing the economy. And as clean and as green as we can make that happen over time, I think we're all for the better. I think the young people will be a huge part of that. And I look forward to talking with them more. I regularly meet with young people across the province, and just last week met with, I want to say their names, Rowan Helmer, Ira Reinhardt-Smith, and Neil Morrow from around the South Shore area. I think the Minister of Justice is their MLA, and I think they're part of this uprising of young people across the province. They'll probably be here tomorrow, so I look forward to hearing from them more. And one of the things they asked was, could you be instrumental in having a debate in an emergency and acknowledging that this is a climate emergency. So when we're clapping and we're talking with one another, saying like, let's throw ideas out there, that's what it's about. It's talking to young people, acknowledging the problem right here in this House, in the legislature. Where else? What's the best place to do it? I think it's right here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Communities, Culture and Heritage on a very quick introduction.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just want to bring the attention of the House to the East Gallery, where my long-suffering constituency assistant is with us this afternoon, Terry Little, and her daughter, Taylor. I introduced Taylor a little while ago before 1,000 people, as she is one of our Special Olympians. So I'd like to welcome her to the House.
The Honourable Member for Kings North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is a privilege to rise and say a few words on this topic, which I believe will be the singular most important item that we will address in our generation, maybe. And certainly, I do want to echo the sentiments already spoken in the House and say how proud I am to be representing Kings North, where Mark Parent, a former MLA and friend, who was the one who brought in the EGSPA Act. And but I want to take a little different tack on what I'm talking about, and that is maybe dealing with impacts now. Many of you, we all know about Dorian. It was a storm that hit right across the whole province and very widespread storm. But most of you maybe won't realize that in Kings North we had a very localized storm the week before that doesn't even have a name. But we saw 6, possibly 7 inches of rain. One farmer said we had 7 inches of rain in 24 hours. And I know the Minister of Transportation would be well aware of what we faced. We had, in reality, we had a once in 200-year rainfall event the week before Dorian in a very localized area of maybe 10 square miles. 10 miles by 10 miles, I realize that's 100 square miles, and in other little pockets in Kings North, in Kentville, in Woodville, in Scotts Bay, and we saw, and I think we attribute that to climate change. So there's a lesson coming out of that for us in that there's many things that we have to do right now to address, I believe, climate change in what I would call the built environment. And I had one gentleman who had his driveway washed out with a, and the washout you could have put a car down in. It was so large, and he said, well, and this was a new culvert put in 2 years ago when the road was repaired in that area, so brand new culvert. And he said, well, when they put it in, I told him that culvert wasn't big enough. The engineers said it was. That's the size culvert we needed. But we know that he was right. In fact, the engineers were wrong, and the value of having a much larger culvert 2 years ago would have been a lot less expensive than replacing, putting in tons and tons of rock in a driveway now. And in fact, because of that storm, approximately 8 days before Dorian, I'm compiling a culvert list of where we have inadequate culverts, that where people experienced basement flooding, culverts washed out, all sorts of effects. So our built environment, we're going to have to look at what do we change in terms of our building code, in terms of our engineering expectations right now to deal with this storm the week before Dorian, to deal with Dorian. What are the lessons from Hurricane Dorian that we learned? Well, we learned that cell phone towers need more power than a 12-hour backup. When you lose your power for a week and you want to call 911 the day after, 24 hours after the storm, you have an incident, and I had a constituent who had an incident 24 hours after and no cell service, big shock. So we're going to have new standards for cell phone towers. We've seen other effects from Dorian. In fact, and I was telling my caucus the other day, we had one constituent who had a $1,000 roaming bill that her son incurred because he was accessing a tower from a different company. And so what do you do about that? One thing we know in my area is the land of many different dikes, most of them built 100 years ago or 200 years ago, and many of them are inadequate. And when we look at what the Acadians accomplished in 1755, I'm personally in awe of what they did. They built dikes in places where I can't fathom how they did it. And they did it by hand. But we know that one of the things that we know for certain is that the ocean level was a meter lower in 1755. We know that because we can see places where foundations were on the water edge are now a meter underwater, Fortress Louisbourg being one of them. And so we know the oceans are rising now. We have approximately 300 miles of dikes in our province. I know that there is, and I know the Minister of Agriculture who has responsibility would say that, and I agree, we're starting to address those. And I appreciate what is being done. I question if enough's being done. And I will say that there are places where this is going to be dauntingly difficult to fix, but this is part of our built environment that we're going to have to address this. So agriculture, I believe, is part of the solution. We need to have more local food, more sustainable production, and our farmers have had enormous challenges in the last 2 years. We had 2 cold, wet springs, and last summer we had a once in 200-year frost event. Nobody remembers that, and probably, actually, I can say that I think fairly certainly once in 200 year or more, because there was the summer that there was no. The year there was no summer was when Krakatoa exploded in 1817 or somewhere, and there was frost in every month of the summer. So since that moment when the earth was blanketed with a cloud of dust, we haven't had that those kind of temperatures, but we had last summer a frost in June that we have not seen, and it severely impacted agriculture. But I believe that, so these are challenges right now, and I don't want in any way diminish the need to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, and I know everyone is talking in that light, so I want to just very briefly talk about these challenges right now. I believe that the global network of transportation and global production of food is something that maybe we need to wean ourselves off a little bit. We need to be a little bit more self-sufficient here in this province. We need to be less reliant on what is effectively a greenhouse gas emitting global transportation network. And it would be great if there was a little bit more local, we could increase local food production. We're going to need to address and I appreciate there's the Coastal Protection Act, which is getting there. We're the second most vulnerable area in North America to sea level rise after the Louisiana area. And maybe Florida's right in there too. I wouldn't want to take that away from them, but we're right in that mix with Florida, Louisiana. So there's immense challenges for us right now in the built environment. There's immense challenges for us in providing food security and maintaining agricultural production. In meeting these challenges and in all the other challenges which have been addressed in this House. So I just want to make you aware of what was, going back to where I started, the week before Dorian, an absolutely stunning rainfall event to have 7 inches in 24 hours, and the impact on that on homes and people in Kings County, Kings North mainly, was absolutely stunning. I know the Minister of Transportation probably knows we need more money there. I'm sure he's aware of that, and I know that the crews of the Department of Transportation have been working very hard. I will say that I deeply appreciate the efforts they've made to fix the damage from the week before Dorian. We haven't even got that all fixed yet. There's still washouts and areas that need to be repaired. So this is the kind of challenge we're dealing with right now. So not only do we have to deal with the greenhouse gas emissions, we have to look at our built environment right now and deal with the challenges and prepare and have new engineering standards and new building code standards to deal with the effects of climate change that are happening right at this moment. And I don't believe that's being addressed in this debate, but I wanted to put that out there that these challenges are real. They're here now. And the impacts are when it happens in your community, it's kind of a stunning event, and it affects all kinds of people in ways that they never imagined possible. All of a sudden, literally almost their car is floating away out of the driveway. And how did that happen? And they've never seen it before, but it's kind of an event that is life-altering and changes people's perspective of the environment around them, of their home. And it's something that, as a province, the challenge is on us to make sure that the Department of Transportation is putting in the right-size culverts, and the building code has the right-size standards, and people have backflow preventers in their basement drains, and on it goes. But all of these challenges are very real, and I just wanted to address that. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me begin by saying that I find myself a little surprised to be a participant in an emergency debate on climate change initiated by the present Liberal government of Nova Scotia. I'm not, of course, surprised that we would be holding a debate on this subject, because it is a subject on which people across the province have been pressing this government for several years. My surprise, rather, stems from what I think we can fairly call the hollowness of a government's initiating such a debate while continuing to fail to take any real any transformative, any substantial, in this sense, action on this pressing subject. I am reminded of the stunning speech given on Monday at the UN Climate Action Summit by Greta Thunberg, where, as she addressed this kind of hollowness, concluded her thoughts with the words which have come to now define that speech: "How dare you?" Mr. Speaker, the road forward in this crisis has been incontrovertibly set before us. Last October's report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has made entirely clear what's required: a limit to global warming of 1.5 degrees Celsius in the next 11 years. The IPCC report has provided the world with a clear galvanization of what, for some, may have previously seemed to be an opaque question. And in terms of global public focus, in the words of Naomi Klein, this has made all the difference. It has changed everything. As a consequence, the question before us relative to any climate change proposals or any lack of climate change proposals, the question before us is very simple. Is this proposal, is this program, is this policy, or is it not consistent with the path of restricting our emissions to what is required to limit global warming to no more than 1.5 degrees? And if the answer is no, then whatever that policy or proposal is that's being discussed, it represents a clear betrayal of our planet, of species, and of people. The necessary pathway has been provided. Limiting global warming to within 1.5 degrees in the next 11 years very simply means, in Nova Scotia, that we commit to reducing our emissions to 50% below 1990 levels by 2030, beginning now, period. This means dramatic investments in renewable energy. It means mobilizing retrofitting and energy efficiency programs on an unprecedented scale. It means significant investments in clean transportation. And as the entire rich discourse around the Green New Deal has been making clear internationally, we need not think of these requirements as some kind of a burdensome, reckless kind of government spending. We need, rather, in this present moment, to think of these as we are encouraged to think of them by a growing chorus of international economists, to think of them as crucial investments in a new economy that will provide good employment for people across the province in new sectors. We can use this opportunity to renew and transform our economy, and to do it in a way that is sustainable and is equitable and just. Here in our province, we are no strangers to dramatic economic transformations, and we're no strangers to failures to complete these transformations in successful ways. We know this from the 19th century great transition from the economy of wood, wind, and water to that of iron, steel, and steam, which we failed to make successfully throughout our province, and nowhere were the negative consequences of this felt any more clearly than where my family comes from in Yarmouth. Something similar could be said about the great mid-20th century economic transition to an economy of modern manufacturing. Throughout our history in this province, those in power in Nova Scotia do not have a good record about grasping the opportunity of these kinds of moments to move us forward into new eras. However, this era could be different. It is true that in this moment, we can see with such clarity a better way forward. We have been presented with a way forward, but along with it comes a great challenge, that it requires an absolute unremitting boldness, an absolute unremitting visionary kind of leadership, and what the IPC refers to repeatedly as an intensification of present effort across the board. No other viable road forward is available to us in this moment, and this is the point that is being made so loudly and clearly by the persistent and defiant actions of the climate strikers. The climate strikers are right to point to the failure of the governing class, to its betrayal of the planet and of humanity. The planet strikers are right to point out that this moment too represents a failure of the market economy to rise to the requirements of this crisis. The climate strikers are right to identify the fact that capitalism, the world of the veneration of the market, does not have the capacity to bring what's required to walk us back from the edge of the present cliff. And in this way, it's true that in order to bring about international consensus on a path forward, we need clear recognition that climate justice and economic justice are, as Pope Francis has pointed out, that they are one and the same, two sides of the same coin. We cannot move forward into a new economy, that is, without addressing the inherent inequities that have rotted the core of our current environmental and economic moment. At the same time, the people of Nova Scotia certainly recognize that there is an urgent and direct relevance for all of these issues to our economic and geographic situation. Just yesterday, important news released about our fishery. A UN-backed panel released a new study about the state of the ocean, which has sounded the alarm that the ocean is now warmer, more acidic, less productive. It was stated in the study that if carbon emissions are not stemmed, marine life is going to suffer, and ocean species will continue to move farther and further north. The same report noted that sea levels are now rising more than twice as fast as they did in the previous period, and they are accelerating. I don't need to remind anyone that should these patterns continue or accelerate, for us in Nova Scotia, our very physical connectedness to the continent is threatened by the vulnerability of the Isthmus of Chignecto. And my colleague, the MLA for Kings North, has just spoken about how the situation is parallel completely in the world of agriculture, where we face crop damage from all kinds of increasingly intensified forces, whether that be from wind, unseasonal frosts, or extreme weather coming in unpredictable forms, as we experienced just recently with the hurricane. Let me say also, Mr. Speaker, that because of the role of environmental racism and for other reasons of history, there are some in our province who stand to be disproportionately impacted by the ravages of climate change. For these reasons, those who have been excluded or marginalized from public participation in our society need to be at the center of determining the path forward. The imagination, experience, and expertise of African Nova Scotian communities and of Mi'kmaq communities and others are pivotal in this regard, and this is at the core of what we are going to hear repeatedly tomorrow at the climate strike, when what is being referred to by the phrase environmental justice. Absolutely, we face a climate crisis, a climate emergency. And undoubtedly, this government needs to act now to curb greenhouse gas emissions and limit global warming to below catastrophic levels. These are plain facts that everyone in our province understands. But if the government understands this also, why then has the government allowed our environmental goals legislation to expire and lay idle for 2 years past its deadline? And why does the government believe that quietly announcing just 30 days of public consultation through an online survey is adequate to collect the input from Nova Scotians that this keystone piece of environmental legislation calls for? Why does the government believe that 3 little consultative questions, one of which actually proposes dropping the words environmental goals from the legislation altogether, why does the government believe that this constitutes a sufficient form by which to gather the extensive knowledge, the extensive experience, the extensive passion, the extensive expertise that is required from across the province that is needed in order to focus our collective attention in Nova Scotia to this colossal challenge? This is, Mr. Speaker, the same government which has approved an LNG plant in Goldboro that, if built, would import fracked natural gas and emit more than 2.3 million tons of CO2 and would be the single largest source of emissions in our province. This is the same government whose federal counterpart announced a climate emergency, I cannot help but recall, on one day and then turned around and spent billions of public dollars on a pipeline. And this is the same government who have refused to adopt the strict, the tight, the serious, in the IPCC's words, the intensified targets that are absolutely incontrovertibly necessary if we are to be kept in line with the IPCC's threshold of 1.5 degrees. Mr. Speaker, the time when we can tolerate this kind of thinness in operation, this kind of hollowness, is, in my view, past. There isn't anything left to debate. We are now in the time for real, meaningful, material, principled action. As Greta Thunberg said on Monday in New York, we draw the line right here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid on a quick introduction.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recognize up in the West Gallery some of very kind people from Sackville. Mr. McDonald, Mr. Mike McDonald and his wife, Louise McDonald, were very supportive and responsible for me being here today. So if you like what you see, thank them. If you don't, criticize them. But I do thank you for being here today. Very much appreciate it. And it's so cool to see you from this perspective. I've always looked up to you, but this is a whole new dimension. I'd also like to introduce Mrs. Karen Smith. Some of you may know her previously as being in Premier Ham's office for many years, and also too lately up until July 18th in Government House with their honors. I was fortunate to ask Mrs. Smith if she would be my constituency assistant, and today we celebrate our 10-week anniversary. So although Mr. McDonald and so on introduced me to this politics, it is Mrs. Smith who will keep me here. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Minister of Mines and Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to rise in my place in this very important debate that Nova Scotians and really the world is talking about. I have the unique position of being the Minister of Energy and Mines for the province, where I get to see a lot of different perspectives when it comes to our traditional energy mix and some of the new initiatives that government has brought forward over the years. I can tell you that in my conversations with my colleagues at the Energy Ministers meetings this summer, the large focus of it was adapting to climate change, what that means, what new technologies mean to those traditional industries. So this is a conversation that I'm having daily with my counterparts. I do want to recognize the staff at the Department of Energy and Mines. The staff is always in a position where they are out engaging Nova Scotians on a daily basis to talk about the programs that matter most to them, the topics that matter most to them, and I can tell you that climate change is that. So the decisions that we make as a department always have a lens on what does it mean for the future generations of this province. So as a department, we spend over half of our budget on energy efficiency and clean technology, clean energy solutions. So it is a big part of what we do. As a minister, I always ask staff to do that. Put that lens on any decision that you make. What does the impact mean for future generations? So, you know, the purpose of what I want to talk about for the next few minutes is about initiatives that we're taking as a government, whether it's this government or governments previous, and what that's meant for the economy. That has been a big conversation throughout this debate, is green jobs and building a new economy. And I can tell you that the initiatives that have been implemented, that we are implementing more recently, are creating new opportunities for entrepreneurs across Nova Scotia. So I guess I'll start on the home efficiency and some of the conversations from the NDP that have come forward. That is a benchmark for us. The work that Efficiency Nova Scotia does to support organizations around the province is amazing. We have a strong relationship with them. So if you're looking at just to give you an idea of some of the retrofits over the years, you've seen 16,000 low-income Nova Scotians access the program. So that's very important. So, and to give that over 120,000 homes in Nova Scotia have installed heat pumps. So utilizing these programs through Efficiency Nova Scotia. One of the big projects that we've announced, and I want to recognize the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing as well. Their staff has done, him and his staff has done a tremendous amount of work to get us to a point where, as a government, we're going to invest $11 million to retrofit public housing across the province. That's very important. That's going to help us be more efficient with the housing offerings that we have. It's going to help us reduce our energy consumption, and as well, it is going to allow residents to feel more comfortable in their homes. So that is one big investment, which will generate into jobs. The next, in the last number of weeks, you may have seen as well, over the last year, the Department of Energy ran a pilot project with our Mi'kmaq leaders to look at energy efficiency in communities across Nova Scotia. All 13 communities now have signed on. It is no longer a pilot project. We are going to spend upwards of $40 million retrofitting almost 2,800 homes across communities in Nova Scotia. So the first 4 years of that, we committed $3 million to it. The first 4 years will represent a retrofit of 900 homes. We have a very strong relationship with our Mi'kmaq communities. It is a fantastic initiative. So these all generate into jobs. So we continue to look at energy efficiency, and all of these are being really driven by the conversations I've had with you, the conversations you have with our staff and Nova Scotians coming forward with these ideas. In the past year as well, on the energy efficiency, previous, and I've said this before in the House, that homes that were heated with electricity generally were the houses that qualified. We expanded that now to homes that have other heating sources, so that has seen a great spike in residents having the ability to apply for the program. So efficiency is very strong, but there's still lots of work to be done. But what we will continue to do is take all of our advice and our feedback to ensure that we continue to strengthen the programs. When you look at some other initiatives that are going to generate big economic impact. We have been working with the federal government over the last number of months. They want to green all of their infrastructure. How we're doing that is looking at reclaimed mine sites. I use Cape Breton as an example because we made the announcement down there. We have former mine sites that we're going to use to look at various types of green energy solutions that will help them green their buildings. That's millions and millions in construction. So we are very excited about that. That is going to generate into new technologies and green jobs across the province. So another very important initiative that we're involved with to support the green economy. As well, we look at our title. So title is we're receiving interest from all over the world on the potential to Bay of Fundy. We have 4 companies down there now testing various technologies. We've seen over $60 million invested with our federal partners because they believe in what title holds potential for Nova Scotia. So that means rural jobs, that's construction, that's supply chain. These are things that, as a government, successive governments, so everybody can take credit for the title piece because this has been going on for a long time. There is lots of interest, and I will continue, and our department will continue to support the title industry. My colleague, Minister of Lands and Forestry, mentioned the solar program. So this is an important statistic. So in the last year, 500 more families have accessed solar because of the program that government provides. What that has meant in terms of companies, so last year there was 13 companies who were solar installers. This year, there's 57 companies that are solar installers. So we know that Nova Scotians, there is a demand for this, so we are going to continue to provide that program. That is a very strong program. We have community buildings across the province that are accessing our community solar program, so we're seeing a great uptake in that. From an active transportation piece, you would have seen an announcement in Halifax when we look at Connect 2. That's a big project that our government funds. Halifax is connecting almost 30 kilometers of trail. I was in Port Hawkesbury looking at connectivity between NSCC and the town. CBU, same thing, giving the international students an opportunity to travel throughout town. This is about giving them active transportation options and reducing our carbon footprint. This also results in more construction jobs where we have local companies that are building these trails, that are keeping this infrastructure maintained. And these are projects that have been very beneficial, not only for the green economy, but for building communities. So again, another initiative that we are involved with. You know, there are a number of things that I could go on for at length. Again, this is work that Nova Scotians expect their governments to complete. We're doing that. And we're going to continue to build out incentives. We're looking at electrification of transportation in municipalities. We're looking at electric vehicles and what they mean. I actually had the opportunity to drive an electric vehicle. I got to say, we can do it. You can drive a long distance. They're quite fast. But again, these are the things that I'm having conversations about daily with Nova Scotians who are saying, as we transition, what are the next steps? What are the next programs? What are the next incentives that government are going to provide? So all of that being said, there's still lots of work to be done. We are still, we deal with companies and industries that have emerging technologies on a daily basis. That's why we're seeing big uptake in solar. That's why we're seeing big uptake in wind. That's why we're seeing interest in electric vehicles. Price points are starting to come down a bit, so people are starting to show more interest. We're going to continue to do that work. Ultimately, what this has meant for the province, in efficiency alone, you know, we use the number of 1,400 positions, 200 companies. That's going to grow just based on the recent announcements that we've made with our First Nation partners and our public housing. So we know that entrepreneurs are coming forward. We're giving the next generation opportunity to build their businesses here, to learn new technologies, and we're going to do whatever we can to support them along the way. So I'm very proud of the work that we've all done as representatives of this House, and my commitment to you is that as the Minister of that department, the Department of Energy and Mines is going to continue to be progressive. They're going to continue to look at new ways that we can support new technologies, our green economy, and looking at ways that our traditional industries can support one another to green their operations as well. So very honored, Mr. Speaker, to have the opportunity to say a few words. Thank you.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the Premier. This is extremely, extremely important to be discussing. We should be discussing it every day. And I think we need to look at this absolutely as a nonpartisan issue. We are here today to address a very, very serious crisis globally that affects all of us. Mr. Speaker, I believe that we have a single mission, one single mission, and that is to protect and hand on this planet to our next generation. You know, we often say, well, you know, we need to find the balance between environment and economy. And look, I'm all for the economy, but I'd love to have a discussion that just talks about the environment. We are all to blame for where we are, and together we can move forward positively. I think that we need to discourage those that continuously, Mr. Speaker, finance the denial of climate change. There are big companies out there that are financing the denial of climate change, and we need to stop that. I was thinking earlier about, you know, our children, and I honestly believe that right now we need to be stopping and listening to our children. Do not underestimate their intelligence on this subject. It's simple chemistry. When we really stop and think about it, it is simple chemistry. It's what we do is we burn carbon-based materials, and we can list all those. And basically, carbon dioxide is emitted. And kids learn this before they even go to school. And right now, I would like to give a shout out to all the children in Nova Scotia and beyond who are out there fighting for this cause and trying to get us to fight for them. You know, it's, I know the schools in my area I commend the teachers. They're constantly teaching our children about living, being very careful in how they treat the environment, and we need to do better. But earlier I was thinking, you know, no one questions the link between smoking and cancer anymore, do they? No one denies that anymore. And it's because we had 50 years of science to prove that smoking causes cancer. There's an urgency. And we need to think of the state of human activities, and climate change is no different than smoking and cancer. And that's just sort of my analogy, but that's what we have to do. And that's why there is an urgency to get this right. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank everyone for speaking. They spoke eloquently on many different things that I was going to speak about as well, but it doesn't need to be said again. I think that even in these difficult times, Mr. Speaker, for climate change, we can make a difference. I believe that this was an important debate to have to start off this session, and I will leave you with this. It's a collective endeavor, and it's collective accountability, all of us. It's not a time to point fingers, who did this, who didn't do this. We've all done some good things, and we've all done some bad things. And it is my hope, though, Mr. Speaker, that it's not too late. Thank you.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Mr. Speaker, you may recall that in the last session of the legislature I spoke about climate change quite a few times, and so it's really nice to be sitting and listening to so many other speakers speaking about it today. I'm just gonna say a couple of things. One is just jumping off the remarks of my immediate predecessor, the member for Pictou West. There is a similarity to the connection between smoking and cancer. And one is that the large fossil fuel companies, much like big tobacco, aggressively invested in misinformation and in lobbying that prevented action when the science was clear. Because the science was actually pretty darn clear in 1968, and then it was very clear in the 1980s, and here we are in 2018, 2019. And the children who are raising their voices so strongly and with such absolute integrity were not even born when the science was clear. So yeah, that's a pretty strong link. And I think it's really important. I heard a great interview with Naomi Klein on CBC Radio this week, and she talked about the importance of us figuring out how we want to be as people and as societies as we confront this challenge. Because we can't pretend that this is not a huge challenge. And I have real concerns because I see how we are being now. And earlier in today's discussions through question period and in member statements, a number of us raised concerns about affordable housing. And I know that right now in Halifax, the shelters are full. And I know that people who even, are working are contacting my office because they cannot abide the rent increases and they don't see how they're going to be able to stay in the homes that they have lived in for years. And people who, are living in what have been traditionally affordable rental accommodations are being served with massive rent increases, and that is, you know, I think my colleague for Dartmouth North referenced her fear about what is going to happen when things get colder, when the weather turns. And I absolutely share those fears. And if we are tolerating this level of economic inequality, this level of social injustice in our economy now, how do we think we're going to be as a society as we confront these challenges? Because some people have the ability to try to buy their way into security as we confront this very difficult challenge ahead. And some people can even afford right now to, you know, they can afford to pretend that we don't have to change. And yet, you know, I think about a woman who cleans the office that I rent as a constituent in my constituency office, and I had a nice chat with her at one point this summer, and she had just taken her first trip on a plane ever. It was for her son's wedding, and she'd had such a marvelous time, and that was her first and only experience of having a week of ease at a beach and enjoying that experience that so many people, you know, have gotten used to, and we're going to have to get used to something different. We're going to have to get used to really appreciating the experiences that are actually available to all of us and that don't cost the planet and don't cost our children's future. And my partner and I often, you know, would make different choices, but I can usually win him over. And again this summer we took a trip that didn't involve flying anywhere, and we went to Cape Breton, and he wasn't sure that, you know, he was going to be that into it. He loved it, and we had amazing times. We had amazing times at the Gaelic College, and we had amazing times at a music festival, and we had amazing times camping and hiking, and even just here in Halifax, like without going far at all. I think what the climate change crisis has brought to me is just, I so appreciate the time I have with my kids. I appreciate taking the bus with them, and I appreciate the little interactions that we have. Because really, every single one of us in this chamber is so damn lucky. There was an article, I think it was in The Guardian, that got shared online, and I happened to read this summer. I think it was in The Guardian, and it talked about what was driving the huge migration of people from Central America. And I lived in Guatemala. I lived in Guatemala for about 5 months in 1996, and then I lived there for about 18 months between 97 and 99. And during that time, I had the opportunity, the immense privilege to spend time in different Indigenous Mayan communities where people were living already very prescribed or very precarious lives, where food security was imperiled. And now some of those people are walking, and they're walking with their children. And that is a result of climate change, because people there, they plant, you know, they plant corn. They might plant 5 different kinds of corn, some that can withstand drought, and some that can withstand wind, and some that they can harvest early, and some that they can save, you know, through many months. And And all of that gets so messed up when you can't count on the weather. And even then, in the late 1990s, people would tell me, that the climate was changing. They didn't know anymore when to sow, and they didn't, things were not acting the same way. And so here, no matter what our situations are, certainly everyone in this house, we're so damn lucky. And yet, I have constituents who don't know where they're going to live next month. And some of you do too. All of us around the province, we see people who are living with such precarity and such stress. And if we're not taking care of each other now, if we're not doing a better job of taking care of each other now, what does that mean about how we as a society here in Nova Scotia, but we as a global society are going to proceed? Because I think we really want to make sure that we hold on to our humanity and that we hold on to our compassion and that we strive to be generous and fair and equitable and just recognize that while this is an existential crisis for all of us, some people right now are living with existential crisis and have been living with existential crisis. I've read some really great stuff by climate activists who are African American, and they made the point that slavery was an existential crisis for them. So and the fight for civil rights was a response to an existential crisis. And really, Indigenous people in Canada, for them, colonialism was an existential crisis. When your children are being taken away and your land is being taken away, that is an existential crisis. So we have to enter into this with humility, with gratitude for what we have, and with a commitment that, yes, we're going to confront this crisis, and we must confront this crisis aggressively and with all of our energy and creativity, but we must do it in a way where we all come through the crisis together. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lunenburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am not surprised that this Liberal government has called for emergency debate on climate change. I know that because I sit in our caucus meetings week after week, and I'll be sitting in them day after day now that the House is sitting, and we talk about climate change and how it's affecting our province. And I have conversations with my colleagues on a regular basis about climate change. I listen to it on the news. We all listen to the news. We cannot avoid it. And how can any of us avoid what happened just last weekend and the first of this week in New York at the United Nations, where our youth came together from all over the world because they are concerned and they are worried. And I thank the Premier for calling for this emergency debate and for giving me a voice and giving all of us the opportunity to speak about our own concerns on climate change. And I come today not just as a member of this legislature, but as a mother and a grandmother. And my first speech in this legislature, almost 6 years ago, I told the Premier if he thought the perseverance of a home and school president was concerning, he better worry about the perseverance of a grandmother. And I really mean that. And I listened to a lot about climate change, and I discern a lot of the information. But the one thing that really concerns me is that children have fear. Children are going to bed at night and not sleeping because they're worried. Childhood is not a time for worry. It's a time for exploration. It's a time for wonder. Not to be fearful, not to be worrying about what's going to happen to the earth. But let me worry about that. Let me. I do worry. I have to say, I worry for my children, what it's going to be like for them. Will they have a healthy earth when their time for being a grandparent comes? I am really fearful of that. But I don't want the children of this world and my province and in my life to worry about climate change. And we come out today, all of us as members of this legislature, with urgency. And tomorrow we're going to see that urgency come out in our youth. And we want to listen. All of us should be listening. And they may not have a vote, but they have a voice. And those who don't have a voice, we are going to be their voice. Every one of us will be their voice. And not just tomorrow, but the day after that, and the day after that, and the weeks, and the months, and the years after that. We need to be their voices. And we mothers and grandmothers and grandfathers and fathers, aunts, uncles, everyone, we need to be the voice for our youth and our children. Let's all pledge to be their voice. Unfair, to me, does not help the situation for young people. It's like having a teacher in the classroom who children are fearful of. They cannot learn in a fearful environment. So we don't want to initiate a fearful life for our children growing. How are they going to bloom and grow? But we can give them hope. We can give them hope by the actions we take, by the role models we are to them. We need to give hope through our legislation, to our joint efforts to make this earth healthy again. And we all need to play a part in that. So not only do we help them with their voice, but we are going to help them with the way we model ourselves. And I'll give you a couple of examples how I have. I've got coffee drinkers in my house, and they love the Keurig. Well, now when they come for those pods, there's a recyclable plastic thing that, oh gosh, they can't throw it in the garbage. They have to compost it, rinse it out, and use it again if they want a second cup of coffee. We use reusable shopping bags. We've done Meatless Monday in our home. They don't like it. I've got meat eaters. But I call them dinosaurs, actually, Tyrannosaurus rexes. But they were willing to do it. So every Monday, we had what we called Meatless Monday. And it opened my children's eyes to, you can eat plant-based foods. You don't have to have meat. It may be a family joke about Meatless Monday, but you know what? It does work. And it made them all aware of making different choices with their diets. So my non-bean eaters are now bean eaters. So it's really important that we model a way of change. And everything doesn't have to be huge and big and fast. We can make little changes every day in our life. And that's how you teach people. You don't change everything at once and get people upset. You make small changes and build on them. And each one of us can do that. Small little things. When I started as an MLA, I was driving a big SUV. I learned because of my constituency, I can't keep driving this vehicle. It's just drinking away the gas. So I had to really consider going to a smaller car. 1 minute. Oh, gosh. Anyway, what we can do is give hope to our children. Tomorrow at noon in Mahone Bay, we'll probably still be sitting here, but we're ringing the bells of the 3 churches in Mahone Bay, Trinity, St. John's, and St. James. We're ringing them for climate change. But to me, they are ringing for hope, the hope that all of us are going to give the youth of this city, this province, this country, and this world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The time allotted for the emergency debate has expired. The House now stands adjourned until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.